Hello, stream chat. Oh my god, we're here. It's time. It's happening. Ah! Oh, I need a sip of water just out of excitement. This music is a fucking bop, isn't it? So cool. Actually, Vim, you're fucking wrong. Sit down. Shut up. It's okay, buddy. We'll explain the new rules in a second. Anyway, we were supposed to start on time. I was here on time to set up. You would not believe the bullshit that happened in the last 30, 45 minutes. I kid you not. I was like, I'm going to be prepared. So I installed the game ahead of time so we didn't have to wait for it. Cool. Switch wanted to update itself on me. So I updated the Switch. Cool. So I go into OBS and I go to load it up and it goes, can't find your Twitch authentication key. What? Can't find it, so can't load your Twitch doc. Okay. So I go to log into Twitch and Twitch goes, yeah, that password that you say is correct. It's not correct. You need to reset it again. So I had to reset my Twitch password, which meant I needed to resync Twitch to Discord and then resync Twitch to my OBS. And then I go to start streaming at 4:50 so that I could give you guys this music while we prepped everything. I click start streaming and it goes, hey, your driver isn't supported by the current version of NVENC. Please see if your driver needs to be updated. What? So I had to go to NVIDIA's website. I had to figure out what driver I was missing. I had to install their GeForce app. I had to update the driver. When I updated the driver, it completely froze my computer screen so that everyone on Discord could hear me, but I couldn't respond to them. So I had to hard reset my computer. And here we are. That's why one of our volunteer slots is doesn't even have an icon on it, because I'm like, listen, I just need the volunteer slot to be functional. All right, we can worry about the images later. So, welcome everybody to the 4th Ace Attorney live stream, which also kicks off the end of my 4th year of streaming. After today's stream, quote unquote, no, quote unquote, it is a stream. After today's stream, we will officially have kicked off year 5 of me streaming on Twitch. It was at the very beginning of April, right after lockdown had happened in 2020, that I had started up my streams. And so earlier this month, during my hiatus, we entered year 5. What's even more impressive to me is how much support I got from you guys at the very beginning of all this, because I started streaming in April of 2020, and I was offered Twitch partnership in winter of 2020. 9 months later, after I started streaming, you crazy bastards helped give me the freedom to be able to stream the stuff I want without having to chase numbers. Oh my god. So, yeah. As a heads up, I want to give, well, no, I'm gonna do this with everyone in the chat or in the call that needs to be in the call, just because, I don't know, it feels better when we have a community. This is a community event, so everyone, please give a round of applause to the fellow folks that are gonna help me kick off episode 1, AKL Trifecta, Color Brews, Crash Star, Emmy Ain, Hedges Corner, and Gina. Bring them in. Here they are.
Hi.
We were totally talking about not keeping your pants on.
We are on time.
Yes, I told everyone I didn't want voice interruptions, so we all have our pants off at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't get the memo. Dang it.
Very breezy.
No, as I was telling them, I was saying I was just appreciating that we're going into year 5 of streaming. I was appreciating all the support I got from people helping me to reach partnership. There was something that I was going to mention. Oh, I wanted to give a huge thank you to everyone that took the time not only to submit auditions for this project, but also everyone who took the time to vote, especially because every time you guys take part, it helps us to refine it for the future. And on that note, one more huge, and I can't overstate, huge round of applause for Color Brews and AKL Trifecta in particular, but also Emiane and the rest of the mod team. I am not kidding when I say this hiatus was not actually very relaxing for me. I'm a little nervous getting back into streaming because it did not feel like I had any of my free time returned to me, which is great because I was busy. But y'all, this was the first live dub organization where I had 0% involvement in putting it together. This was all done by the moderation team, from the audition forms to posting the channels to organizing the auditions to randomizing the files to presenting the data to reaching out to the finalists to confirming the cast. Every single aspect of this was done by the mod team. And yes, in case you are wondering, I did pay them fair wages for it too. So, and I hope they will confirm for me.
Yes,
I
yes,
can
you
confirm.
did. Thank
Sean,
you.
you should check your most recent sub message.
My most recent sub message? Hold on. Is it somewhere in chat?
It's somewhere in chat. Scroll up a bit.
Oh, you should pick up the top Shinx tote bag on the arm of your couch. What? You son of a bitch!
There it is. Enjoy your fucking sock.
There it is.
Motherfucker!
I've been waiting for months for this.
How did it exist there the whole time without me fucking see? Wait, is there another pair in the tote? No. Okay. You guys have to understand, this man, I don't know if you got input or assistance. This man is brilliant because he figured out places to put socks in that I didn't notice while I was using them. I went to go visit Kate, and I visited her for a solid 5 days. And it wasn't until I was saying goodbye at the end of the trip that I went to put my hand into the pocket of my hoodie and pulled out a fucking pair of socks. All right? I had worn that hoodie multiple times during the course of the trip and not once had the inclination to put my hands in the pockets. So I didn't discover it until...
To be fair, I can't take all the credit. Sage and Ever also helped.
I'm so upset. I'm gonna ruin my voice before I even start.
Now you know what my life was.
Now the
after
question
they gave me
is,
my
how many more might be in this room?
I can't even remember the ones that I brought up that I specifically found, but I found a lot of them, so I don't know.
Amazing.
I know, right? He probably hid one in like the what is the sequel to Labyrinth of Afraid? Oh, Labyrinth of Galeria. You probably hid it in the box.
Damn, that would have been a good idea.
I know, right? Anyway, I know that today's stream is probably going to be a longer one because Case 1 happens to be one of the longer ones of the series. So, let's get the first thing out of the way, our volunteer and our super volunteer roles. Now,
We only have one super volunteer role today.
we only have one super volunteer role. Well, just to be upfront, let me see what roles we need today. Episode 1... how many volunteers do we need today? Are there any volunteers? Just
Zero.
the one. Okay.
Just
So
the one.
today we are pulling for the one super volunteer role, which is Winston Payne. You guys are probably used to regular volunteers, which is you redeem the points and you are able to be a volunteer. With these games, we tend to not have a lot of like NPC or like random characters that we talk to roles. So it would just be you pick a volunteer or you pick a role and you are assigned to it and you'll know it ahead of time. With regular volunteer roles, you are only getting that role for the duration of that stream. Even if that character happens to show up in a future episode, it is open to a different volunteer to claim. It is a 1-episode claim, and you have to wait for an episode to pass before you can redeem again. Super volunteers are for characters that appear fairly consistently or have a lot of lines, and so a super volunteer role will have that role for the entire game. And we will give you notice if they are going to show up in an episode. Because you only need to redeem once to get the character, the price point is double. Anyone who's played an MMO where you could, like, rent an item for 60 days for one price or buy it permanently for, like, slightly more than double the price, this is that same thing. You're paying more, but you basically get to voice a bigger character. However, I think I have finally figured out a way that will make it fair for everyone rather than just who happens to be the quickest. We are going to open the slot. People can redeem points if they would like to voice the character. I will immediately add everyone to the wheel, and we will randomly spin to pick someone who spent the points in order to become the character. That's right. So all you have to... And if you spend the points and you don't happen to get the character, we will refund your points to you. Unless, if you are picked and you do not jump into the voice chat within like 30 seconds so we can move along, if I have to respin after it's picked a winner, you do not get the points back. We need y'all to pay attention. So, the window starts as soon as I open it. The window closes as soon as I have put the last name in, however many names that is. So you have until I have added the full list of names to redeem points if you would like a shot. Please only redeem if you actually want to voice this character, because it will lock you out of doing any other volunteer roles for the rest of the live dub. All cool? Any questions? No? All right. Going live in 3, 2, 1 for Winston Payne. Nobody redeems.
I know. So sad.
They're thinking about it.
You gotta wait. You gotta give them some time.
All right. So we got Becky Star. Okay, we've got that Kenny guy. You guys have until I add the last name, and then I'm closing it. We have Clavichord of Doom. All right. We have Rune Wolf 33. All right, that's the last name going once. Last name going twice. You will get your points redeemed if you're not picked. Ah, here we go.
Oh,
here we
Deshaun
go.
Came in.
And by the way, if you spend the points and you're not picked, it doesn't count as your redeem. You can still enter in the future. All right, Deshaun Ricks is our last one going once. Deshaun Ricks is our last one going twice. Deshaun Ricks is our last one going 3 times. And... all right, it is closed. I'm pulling a name. Here we go.
Here we go.
If nobody's in this chat, I'm gonna scream.
That Kenny guy. Get the fuck in there.
Bam! Instantaneous.
Instantaneous. Hell yes.
Congrats.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening,
I
Dr.
think
Rick.
you mean Congrats.
Congrats.
Oh my god.
Hey,
You are
that
Kenneth,
was actually
baby.
pretty good.
All right. I will refund everyone else's points. Thank you for joining. Is this a good time for me to start up?
Yes, but I have to make a shitty pun first. Winston
Alright.
or Winston Payne.
Oh my god.
All right, go ahead.
You know what? That's good. I'll accept that.
All right. Okay, everyone, we are here for the actor's disclaimer. So, we're here to have fun, but also want to have a clean dub, so do not force the funny. The funny will happen naturally. So that means do not talk over people who are speaking their lines. Quipping is okay only if your character is being referenced to or is on screen. If your character is not being referenced to or is not on screen, then please do refrain from talking. We have mute buttons and push to talk for good news. Also, if you must depart and must come back, do not announce it. We are not an airport. We do not need to hear about your departures nor your arrivals. Just inform a mod or DM us, or the courtroom should be available for you to also mark down. Just let us know silently so we can move on with the live dub. And if you cannot judge yourself, then us mods will judge you for you. So remember, by breaking these laws of the courtroom could put you under the penalty of being part of the updated autopsy report. Thank you.
How are you so funny, Color?
Oh my god. Oh.
This isn't the airport?
Also, if you are not a self-proclaimed voice artist, but you are an artist, there is a channel called Megastar Fan Art in the server. And if you're not part of the server, consider joining at !Discord. If you make fan art of stuff related to the live dub and post it in the channel labeled Megastar Fan Art, we will check once during the checkpoint and once during the end of the stream, and we will share credit and showcase your hard work. Hedge, did you actually cosplay for today's episode?
I'm wearing
Game
that now,
respects game.
This isn't even fan art, but I need to show it. So Hedge is voicing, what is it? Is it Shady? And, they actually cosplayed for the role today. This is them in their room for this live dub. Hold on. Look at this.
Cool. They're too cool.
With the hat, too?
Yeah, with everything.
commitment.
Oh
And the
my
ball.
God.
I didn't realize the bottle.
Oh, okay. There is only one thing you could have done that would have made it even funnier. If that bottle had been Cerveza Cristal!
God.
That is so dope. That is so cool. All right. By the way, as a heads up to everybody, I am going to do my best. I've been taking the fact that I'm voicing two major characters, very seriously. I think it'll be really interesting what I do to make them distinct, and I think their personalities will help make it different. I do want to ask people to be patient with me, especially on Apollo's younger, more energetic voice, because I am not as young as I used to be. And also, literally less than 24 hours ago, I was playing a character who was dying from being lit on fire. So, it is a little worn out. Excuse me. And I'm going to do my best to take care of it. But I don't take this casting lightly. This choice was not made by me, and I'm going to do my best to represent it well. So, are there any other questions by cast in the chat before we begin? I will take your silence to mean that you are awestruck by my visage. So,
Yes.
All the time.
all right. Chat, final reminder, please do not spoil anything for me. It's for two very good reasons. One, I have never played these games before, and I have literally zero knowledge about Apollo Justice. Zero. I don't even know about memes relating to Apollo Justice, except for maybe hamburgers. So all of this is new to me. My reactions are genuine. I'm not using a guide, and that's the other reason. Every time I present the wrong piece of evidence, I have to gift a sub. And any of you who have been in the past live dubs know this can get very expensive for me very quickly, and I just finished paying taxes today, so I don't want to spend any more money than I have to. With that being said, welcome one and all to the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney live dub.
God, this music and sound effects so good.
Here we go. Episode 1, baby. It begins. Oh, wait. No, there's like a whole different menu. There we go.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. Phoenix, you're starting out.
Showdown time. You lose. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dad, someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that.
April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby Number 3. Dum dum.
Panicked. I'm sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous.
Ah, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight.
What? Wound up, sir? No! I'm loose! I'm fine! Oh, the fan artists are already writing.
That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected.
What are you talking about?
Okay, enough of that now. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't smart small, hmm?
I'm fine! I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine.
Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech.
What are you talking about? Oh, I overdid it again.
Zoomers, I swear. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift.
Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. Daytona! I'm in the court, you know. He's not laughing. I'm so screwed.
As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through.
Yes. Yes! I'm fine, sir.
One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client.
My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And boy, am I glad to be out of school. So many men in the law classroom. I was starting to feel things, but we can explore that later. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Whoa! Good, morning.
Morning. It's all up to you today.
First trial. Nervous. Meeting him. Cardiac arrest. Or maybe it's those feelings I was describing earlier. Oh, God. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help?
So, you're...
Fine! I'm fine!
Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name.
Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend. So why...
You'll see. You can do it. Be confident.
I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean,
It's time. Shall we?
Yes, sir! Okay. I need to focus. Just imagine them without their underwear. Wait, not like that! Ah! First trial. Here comes justice!
April 20th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 2.
Blaze it, everybody. Happy 420. The court is now in session.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic.
Your name was Mr. Just Ice? And this is your first trial?
Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine. Really.
Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin?
Yes, Your Honor.
I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case.
Pain is not worth my time or my talents. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice.
Well, of course he wants justice. Just look at him. Hi! But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin.
Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience. Fine. But does he have cords of steel?
Then, let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright.
Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player.
Mr. Wright, how could this have happened?
I won't speak further of it then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne?
To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney. And now I'll see you leave in chains.
Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see.
The crime occurred at the Brush Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant, as you say. A defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wow! On the head. Smack. Like, killed him cold, like he's dead.
Ooh. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was...
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright. A pianist?
I've had people call me a dick before, but I don't think they use that word for it.
This is the weapon that took the victim's life. It is a bottle of grape juice. Really? Okay. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
D-Luke stands be like, yeah.
This court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence.
Deadly bottle added to the court record.
Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently.
The court record! Right! I've heard of that!
Use the R button to look at the evidence so far.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm confident in your ability to handle this.
Christoph, we're in a court of law! What are you talking about? Oh,
Just
hello?
having a bit of fun, Justice.
Estimated time of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to forehead. Okay. How long did I yearn for when I just put it on makes me feel... Oh, hello? Oh, hello?
3D.
That's no fair. I want an R button.
There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney.
To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. I thought I had a second thing here.
Just imagine, like, Apollo just slowly turning it and just staring at it.
The bottle is completely empty.
It's like, what is he doing?
Right. Just use... Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action.
So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shoddy Smith fellow?
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
This game is Genshin Impact. It's got grape juice, it's got a
I was
traveler.
literally about to make a Genshin reference.
I prefer Honkai, but moving on. According to his passport, he has been out of the country for a number of years, it looks like.
You're all degenerates.
He had only returned to this country recently. Through his place of residence is quite unclear.
Am I the only one here who plays Neko Atsume? Just me? Okay.
Probably.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant.
That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe that first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime.
If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's very shitty piano playing.
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's, lack of playing skills. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself.
Indeed it is. It appears that our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
That's right. I did not pay for WinRAR.
It is true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that. A game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
Wait a minute, a competition?
Yes, I understand why you wouldn't understand that word. Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions.
I've had people offer to silently clash their passion with me before.
Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flames, know its final outcome.
Come again?
I've had people say that to me too.
Oh my god.
I can't relate. Anyways, the cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defendant was waxing poetic in the attempt to mystify those presents and impress women.
Sometimes they're blue just because they're blue, Kristoff. Now, that will be our first order of business here then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held at the night of the crime.
My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. The competition. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. The game. And our customers are happy.
A pianist who can't play piano.
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Lawyering on the bench, doo-doo-doo-doo! Lawyer on the bench, doo-doo-doo-doo!
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Right, Your Honor! My first cross-examination. Don't blow it!
Are you all right? You're sweating bullets.
That's not a crime! Bullet! Where?
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too.
My brain feels strained and raspy, sir!
You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher?
What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination? Maybe if I keep pushing harder, I'll reach my brain and I can pick the info from it myself. No, that could take a while. I tried picking my nose once and that took at least half an hour. I should ask him for help. Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game. Yes! Teach me! I know nothing!
Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with the...
But I didn't hear anything strange at all in the testimony just now.
A good sign that you need to press the witness with the for more information.
Can I just do it with my finger like I was before? Press him?
Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information.
Hey, Mr. Wright, can I press you? I mean, go ahead. Wouldn't be the first time someone has. But isn't Mr. Wright my client?
Well, think you can do it?
Yes! Thank you, sir! I think I can do it.
I think you'd better, or we're going to have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies and any lies in the testimony and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it.
Got it. Lie down and expose myself to the court. I'll do you proud, Kristoff! Inconsistencies. Lies. Phoenix Wright? As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it.
The defense may begin the cross-examination.
I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song, Wonderwall. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask. A respectable face I wear for the world at large.
Then why are you really at the Bush Bowl Club?
My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all.
Do I detest pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine.
Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Literally, 2D. Take that, fourth wall.
Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time?
As I said, I'm a professional.
He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible?
The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions.
The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction.
It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day.
Black market?
All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room.
A smoky room, gambling hoods. You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad.
The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now.
That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else.
The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards.
2 decks of cards?
A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards.
There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor.
Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really.
Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. Dogs weren't allowed to compete, so this would make sure they didn't know which was which.
As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat.
Yes, a game of hands.
Huh?
This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands it's the nature of the game sufficiently.
That's right! It was a simple game, after all!
Actually, poker's quite complex. Are you sure?
Huh?
People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice.
I don't know. I once kicked my brother's ass at Mario Kart, and that was the closest I came to seeing God.
Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime?
Now that's strange.
What's strange?
I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense.
I completely let that one slip by!
Don't despair yet, Justice.
Sir?
Right. There's something I'd like to make clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you.
Sure. Why not?
Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony.
Just one little press. And I've got myself a whole new testimony. I just have to press into Mr. Right a little harder.
I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon.
Silence?
The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law.
But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage.
And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes?
Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already.
Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony?
Huh? Wait. Something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now, what was it?
When you figure it out, I suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony.
A contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony. But why? I'd better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony.
Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press.
Right! I got it! I'm fine!
Press the press.
Time to listen to that testimony again. Is it fair to say that across this whole game I get one freebie, one mulligan? Would we say that's fair?
No.
No?
Welcome back to stream.
Okay. To celebrate my 5th year of streaming, can I have one mulligan?
Okay, fine.
You can have one more.
All right, I'm using it.
You know what? Fair. Oh my.
Your Honor! What do you think about the witness's statement?
I'm not sure I follow you.
It clearly contradicts the... I thought... I watched VODs in the past, and he showed his badge, and everything was solved. Isn't that how this works?
You just wanted to try and get a special achievement. You don't sound very sure, Mr. Justice. Objection overruled.
Ow! I don't think that won me any points with the judge. But I hope it won points with Stream Chat. So, you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle? Right?
So I said.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
See that? I have nice hair too. Anyways, too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
Hey, that's not my fault!
Stop that.
I got banned from the park for eating wood glue. It was only once.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see. And it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints.
I heard wood glue can take those off. Objection!
No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine.
Well, I can't hear you. I have wood glue in my ears.
What?
What?
Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case.
What?
But what about my coats of steel?
Don't fuck with my bottom line, Justice, please.
Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a murder weapon in a restaurant? Happens all the time. Haven't you ever been to Olive Garden? Those breadsticks are murder weapons. You leave them out for 2 days, they're hard as rocks, okay? I tried biting into one and the resulting dental bill kept me almost out of my house.
What?
Objection! Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing. And besides, it's 2 days, not 3 days. Get it right. If they were normal fingerprints.
See, Kristoff? These aren't normal fingerprints. They're advanced fingerprints.
Ooh. But if the fingers on the murder weapon were upside down,
Oh, they're Snurbrennif.
huh?
Upside down? What does that mean?
The opposite of right side up? Anyways, it means that he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can be only one reason for that.
Ah, he was pouring one out for his homie.
Oh, he was cracking open a cold one on the boy.
Exactly. Yes. To brain someone with the bottle.
I am way too qualified.
Ah!
Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse.
Oh? I see no problem, Justice.
Have you been braiding your hair this whole time?
Yes. The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see.
Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court?
Listen, outside of correcting you that they are fingy pence in the year of our Lord 2024, I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now.
Not very cooperative, are you?
Do I look like someone who passes the ball in Rocket League?
This could hurt your case.
Well, I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's definitely hiding something. Other than his good looks, there must be some reason.
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something.
And, what might that be, Mr. Gavin?
Don't
Not
worry.
enough time of the day, honestly.
It's not his pants. He's always been like that. Trust me.
On the night of the crime, who was it that reported the murder to the police?
Reported?
Oh, dear God, I'm dealing with children.
Oh, well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. Obviously, I mean, look at him. But still, that's,
Really? He self-reported?
yes, and Among Us, well, according to the case file anyway.
Look, I only had 2 hours to finish that map before they made a new one, okay? I'm a completionist.
Well, in any case, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene that I made with Crayola crayons, shall we?
Oh, this is a very good drawing.
Thank you. I spent 3 hours on this. Anyways, the victim was murdered in the small room in the basement 2 floors down from ground level.
Why is the Nintendo Wii symbol in the middle?
Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down because he's using Boost, but the defendant used the stairs in the hallway to go above ground.
It's the Wii U symbol.
Yeah, Domino's, can I please get in?
Despite looking dashing as ever, the call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see. And this is the phone that made the call.
Right cell phone added to the court record.
The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claimed he is being uncooperative? Know your role, Payne.
Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this.
I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I'm a KB Kids kid more than a Toys R Us kid, but I assure you, no one is more serious about.
You seem more
Your
like
suit
a
says otherwise.
you seem more like a Garbage Pail Kid fan to me.
I got it from Timu.
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred? How can you possibly know this?
I mean, look at his fashion sense, Christoph. We're in the room while a crime occurs right now.
How dare you?
That's a good question. How indeed?
The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
Hair swoop, you couldn't. You're as good as they say you are.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime.
Everything up till now has just been a warm-up, Justice.
Well, I'm warmed up and looser than ever, Kristoff.
Ha!
Good to know. Are you ready?
Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand.
The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? She's short.
I surmise that she has been frightened by the defensive, demonic-looking horns there. Really? In 2024? Get a new hairdo, kid.
They're bug antennae. It's my Alterkin. I used a little hair gel. Relax, people.
Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
I think this...
Hello?
Yep.
I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out.
Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor?
That hair is a crime.
Gosh, it is okay.
Now, wait a minute.
Damn, caught in 4K already.
That was nice.
Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's paraphernalia?
I don't even know, but yes, she's a professional. She's a professional, Your Honor. They're merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be...
My name is Olga Worley. I am employed as waitress in Bush Book Club restaurant.
Then why the camera?
Of course, it is my pride to serve Bush that is naming a restaurant. But I also perform, as it said, after service.
I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures.
Like, for example, this one.
That's the defendant in color.
Indeed it is, in 4K, baby, on the night of the murder.
Gentle reminder, just make sure that echo or noise cancellation is not turned on and that crisp is not turned on. It may be cutting off your voices.
My dad. Someone who is going.
And voice is so high-pitched, Discord's having trouble picking it up.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
sound
Let me see
clear
what I
right
can do.
now. Yeah.
Oh man. All right, let's see. Let me try that.
Indeed. That is the victim. Order! Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
Same way as I drop bowls of Bush on laps of customers. Casually.
And the court will casually accept this new evidence.
Olga's
Very
photo
on brand.
added to the court record.
Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder?
I was in Rome. Is a hideout, we call it.
Excuse me? The hideout?
It is Rome where famous gangster, the bad guy, was arrested. It's Rome where murder.
What?
Oh, you look over the surface. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you love.
So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shoddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and... this bitch, Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means...
Very well. Witness, you will testify to the court about that night's events.
That fateful night.
That night, customer asked me to deal cards for the game. It was good. Both players played without Santa. The victim, he plays full time with his hand unlucky that he's neck. Then, last hand is done. Something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and strangling him to death.
Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, obviously, Mr. Smith.
That's ridiculous! Because Mr. Wright can't lose!
Justice,
Yes, Master.
maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection?
What? He hadn't lost in 7 years!
Thin ice, Apollo. Thin ice.
Hair swoop power, take it from me, kid. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as laid the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say?
Yes. Imagine that poker is war.
I'm a millennial. Everything is
Different
war
games.
nowadays.
Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3 in my youth.
I think he means poker face?
Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim side of the table.
Chip's photo added to the court record.
Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
It is up to the performer if they want to reread these sections before I cross-examine.
Here's, you can check my audio. That night, customer asked me to play cards for the game.
You were dealing cards. Do you do this often?
When my mic doesn't fuck up, I do. Customer wishes it. Serve anything. Bush, cards, more bush.
It is sounding a lot better.
Is my work.
It's good to hear a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service.
You do bush book? Where bush is as war waitresses.
Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination.
It was cold.
Oh, sorry.
It was very cold.
Hey, listen, I do the talking here. It was already April. It's already April! How could it be cold?
Look up. We have pride on authentic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is sunny in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia.
No way am I going there.
Yet he wears flip-flops.
When it comes to our bush, cold is the seasoning, nah? The victim, he plays so time with his hand unlocked at his knee.
His locket.
He believed it was a luck charm, huh? Gripped it many times as he played that night.
Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift.
The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket?
Of course. I knew that. You're a rocket. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that.
No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape it.
It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society.
I once
What?
ate glass for what it's worth.
Hard of hearing or hard of understanding?
So, what happened next?
Zed, I'm just something very
Something terrible?
The defense will refrain from needless shouting.
Sorry! Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing.
Now, Miss O'Orley, can you tell us what happened?
Oh, we didn't hear any of that.
Oh no, I have no clue what's wrong. I'm so sorry.
It might just be the pitch of the voice. It's like, I don't know if there is a way to adjust like the range where Discord doesn't think it's background interference.
I don't. I'm so sorry. I'm taking.
It's okay. It's okay.
So I had the voice activity
Try
it on.
Yeah, try setting input sensitivity to off and like turn it down a bit to like -85.
Or just try doing a button input rather than detect voice.
That could work.
Lower, but it sounds like it was popping.
I'm something so far.
That's okay. Somewhat.
Better.
Okay, let me try one more time, really quick.
Huh? What about over here?
That works currently.
Okay. Let me know if it doesn't.
Okay.
Again, I'm very sorry.
That's fine. Try again.
I'm so frightened. I'm old with fear.
Yeah, at the higher pitches it cuts it out. So I would try push to talk and see if that fixes it. But
Okay.
But the defendant would never do such a thing.
Well, now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic.
If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, you will be.
Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker?
Checking to make sure we can still hear you.
Gina?
Hello?
So push to talk just didn't work, apparently.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
We can figure that out another time. Go ahead.
Perhaps it is because defendant has lost game.
Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Ugh, tongue-tied.
Right, sir. Leave it to me. And maybe don't sample any more of the grape juice. I think it's starting to have an effect on you.
Your performance is having an effect on me, Justice.
There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shoddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly. Alright. 1:45 and 2:15 a.m. Okay. I don't see any snow there, which is different from here. Okay. Hold on. Blue cards in that photo. That's food. It's gonna turn out to be like there's a difference in color in old photos. Ace, ace. 2 aces. And the cards are face down on that one. Wouldn't have happened after the cards were turned face up? Hold on.
Wow, the battery's being held in with a piece of tape. He should just buy a new one. Or maybe he can't afford it. Or he just doesn't care.
Nokia phones can last forever.
It's cold. Both players played with hats on. Okay. Okay. Then he plays hold time with his hand on locket at his neck. Okay, the locket disappeared at some point. And last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. Okay. Okay, my big brain guess is last hand is done, something as terrible has happened. The problem being, why would his card still be face down if something has already happened? So, that man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. So the problem is, there's two things that I could do here. If the grape juice bottle was used as the murder weapon, then that contradicts because why would they strangle him to death rather than use the murder weapon? Alternatively, he should have marks on his neck if they're positing this as the crime, and I don't see any marks around his neck. So the question is the game expecting me to say, hey, there should be marks on his neck? Or is the game expecting me to say, no, the cause of death is different? Like, oh, should I present the autopsy report? That man flew at victim and is... Like, all of these have justifications, and I'm already gonna get fucking pissed at this game. So, I'm gonna save first.
I would say...
I'm mad that all of these are legitimate. Shit. Okay. I'm gonna go for the most obvious first. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor.
How exactly are the evidence and statement just now related?
No,
Why
please.
is your wallet getting lighter?
No, please! They aren't, are they?
No, they aren't. Give me the coins.
I'm so upset. I'm so mad.
Bequeath unto me your Robux, sir.
Oh, please, just give me a freebie. Judge, it's my first trial! Ah!
You've had 1 month to think.
Oh, god damn it. Okay, is it this one? Oh wait, I have to give the sub. Just going to the page is not enough.
Good.
Fuck. Oh
You're
my...
doing great, sweetie.
Come on! Oh, come on! You have got to be kidding me!
Another one.
Oh my god, how am I struggling
want to
this
load.
hard at the beginning of the fucking game?
Gonna be
You
a
might
short
want to
trial.
load.
Also, yes, you have an autosave. Congratulations. Just in case.
Oh my god. Okay. The obvious answer was not correct. Oh, shit! I'm already frozen on this!
My man's thinking real good.
test is done, but something terrible has happened.
Something terrible has happened. He wore slippers.
I know.
He wore flip-flops, I'm sorry.
That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. Okay, and it's not giving me the option to present any of the members. Defendant and victim's chips when crime took place.
While
Okay.
he's mulling over the evidence, Olga can give us a couple of rrrs.
Ugh.
That was
Okay.
impressive.
Was it good?
Sounds good. As Olga?
Okay.
Oh, they did not go through.
Oh, I
Was-
didn't say anything. Sorry. What?
Okay, there wasn't any snow on the table. I am so okay. I'm so not fine. He plays whole time with his hand on locket on at his neck, strangling him to death. Okay, maybe just that's not the cause of death. I hate this game.
He did it!
There you go. Good job.
Good job.
Or really? Strangled, you say? That's odd.
Normal customers only joke on bush.
I mean, that sounds better.
No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. It's even got images, like, at the time of death. This is pretty graphic, to be honest. I probably shouldn't be looking at this. This is in my long-term memory now.
Not in
Miss
his.
Orley, really now? Did you witness the crime?
I was fixing my bike!
That sounds so much better.
Good
My
fix.
God.
Good job, Color.
Let's go.
Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Good hat.
Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation after the last Airbender cosplay contest.
I was about to make an Ang joke.
Wait a minute, Christoph, I saw this guy at the Cowboy Bebop meetup.
Boy, Netflix will really do things to a motherfucker, won't it?
Ain't that the truth?
Oh, well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit.
Crime photo 2 added to the court record.
But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim in his neck.
Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time.
Justice.
Yes, Dad.
I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more.
But thinking is hard. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. I should have gotten a gold star by now.
And I'm very proud of you. But there's one thing in her testimony that troubles me.
Very well. It seems that we should continue this cross-examination.
There's such a thing as thinking too much. This is why I play Candy Crush on my time
Yeah.
off. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it.
There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too.
Oh, God damn it. Does that mean he thought about my fan fiction ideas?
I'm in your DMs right now.
Is that? Oh, no. Just kidding. Bye.
This is new.
After the defendant tried to hit strange new victim, he hit them with water.
You didn't say anything about hitting before.
So sorry. I must be forgetting this one.
Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then change his mind. and choose a simpler, blunter means to do the job.
Speaking of blunts, I need to refill my jewel pretty soon.
Jules, in this age? Pfft, yes, that pretty much sums it up nicely.
Maybe I should go for sour blue raspberry this time.
What an enchanting fantasy world you live in,
I
Pain.
prefer cotton candy, but you do you.
So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this.
Go ahead. I believe you know it is what you need to do.
Yeah, I know, but you told me I couldn't have my afternoon nap until we were finished with the case. Right, sir. Leave it to me.
Okay. So it's probably the last one. Okay.
After defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle.
Okay, my immediate thought is, this is a close-up of his neck. There should be marks on his neck if he was trying to be strangled. That is the most obvious answer to this. Objection! Fuck off! God damn it!
I'll be honest, I'm actually kind of surprised. I'm actually kind of surprised at that one. That actually was really good.
No, but that's because it was logical, and this game doesn't operate on logic.
This ain't no Danganronpa.
Son of a bitch! Oh my god.
I don't have the guide up right now, but yeah, no, I could have sworn that was it.
I'm upset. I am so upset. I have already spent. I can afford this. Don't worry, guys. I'm not spending outside of my means. But when I just paid off my taxes, every $5 gone hurts a little bit extra.
You just see that. Just
Don't forget to buy his print.
Yes, please.
These multiple
If you are
payments,
if you are
bad
gonna
decisions.
be in Stony Brook, Long Island, or Stony Brook University in Brookville, Long Island next weekend, please come buy my prints.
Oh, hey, that's the date of this trial.
Oh my god. After defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle.
They really pull no punches on this first case, don't they?
Is there a whole bottle? Okay. So my next thought would be... No. The bottle probably wouldn't break. I don't know. Is it operating on the logic that a bottle with enough blunt force trauma to kill a person would break? And I have to be like, that's the whole bottle. It would have broken if he had broken it on his head. Okay, I know it's not that image. After defendant tried to strangle the victim, he hit him with bottle. Okay. I'm sure it's not anything that's related to being able to check the evidence because they haven't even told me. The game has not told me that that's a function that can happen yet. Defendant and victim's chips when crime took place. My immediate two thoughts are, okay, if he hit him with the bottle, there would probably be liquid on the table. Or, if he hit him with the bottle, it would strike him with enough force that it was going to, break the bottle and then the bottle would not be whole. So those are my immediate thoughts. Huh? The other thing I was looking at, because early on, I was looking at this phrase as well. Plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. And we see it on, it's not like it was missing. But the problem is, like, I don't know, maybe I'm thinking ahead of myself where it's like, well, maybe the killer... Okay. My brain goes, why is he playing with this locket? Maybe he's cheating using the locket. And if he's cheating using the locket, then I would think that whoever killed him would, like, they'd be like, hey, let me see that. And they rip the locket off of his neck, discover that he's cheating, and that's what leads to them killing him. So it makes sense to me why the locket would disappear from his neck between when he was playing and when he died. But if I'm playing this straight, it's literally just going, well, you said that he had a locket on his neck, and this image doesn't show a locket on his neck, so you're lying. Which would be the dumbest fucking thing this game could do. But I'm out of ideas, so...
What do you gotta lose?
Fuck!
I hate to break it to you.
Damn, son.
No.
Lords of Steel, am I right?
There was one bullshit part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean?
Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about?
I don't know. I just feel like whoever's controlling me is gonna end this episode with just as many brain cells as I have. Communion. Recall the testimony, Your Honor. Like, recall it. Take it back. She's lying. It's not admissible in court anymore. Anyway, the victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said.
I hope you aren't about to raise an objection with the witness's grammar, because that's racist.
No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck?
Well done, Justice. I'm impressed.
What? Oh, thank you.
You figured out the bullshit. I knew you'd be able to handle this.
What does it mean? Yeah, Kristoff, what does it mean?
Oh.
If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death.
Yeah, Judge! Yeah! Exactly! So why... Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor!
It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no?
I'm gonna go fucking feral. I am going to go fucking crazy. They are all explaining... They are explaining over multiple text boxes why this logic is bullshit! I am so mad right now.
Not even Daddy's praise is gonna help.
Taking it off? Wait, you don't mean...
The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all.
I know, because if you looked at the photo and noticed that there weren't any strangle prints on his neck...
He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it?
Ah, right. It's so simple.
As Mr. Justice has an aneurysm.
I lost $20 this fucking court case so far.
Defendant, what do you have to say to this?
Get good, scrub.
Fuck you!
Say,
Yeah?
I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you?
Oh yeah, it's one of those personal massagers from Amazon for when my muscles get sore. Works great, let me tell you.
Sure, that's what it's for.
You mean this? Yeah, it's a Tamagotchi with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Her name is Chibi Ibi. I've raised her since she was 30 minutes old. Come again?
Mr. Wright, you have a daughter?
We confirmed it at the time of the arrest.
That was my Discord kitten, Payne. You're getting him confused again.
The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence?
Well, now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary, Your Honor. It's clear that the defendant lost here. Womp womp. Very badly.
Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant.
Wait, who wore the locket?
Serious competition.
The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. Those chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For our last round, defendant lay with all chips on table and lost. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Indeed. Looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
You'd know about that, wouldn't you, Payne?
Yes, I would. I mean, hey!
How many times I have heard these words. I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I've done. A common tale, but true.
Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Or VODs. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong.
The game began with 303,500 points in chips for each man.
Are those the usual starting points? Or any special rules used?
No, not special. Usual game, usual rules.
If each man began with 3,500 points, the total would be, exactly 7,000 points.
Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. I can put 2 and A together.
I'm up to my tits and morons.
Those chips come in two sizes.
Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used?
Of course.
Huh? Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder?
Please don't press.
Maybe you could explain a bit about these, how do the Russians say it? Chips?
Explain? What is there to be explained?
Hair flip. Poker chips are just poker chips.
Christoph, he can do the Discord kitten face too. Can you?
That's not a good thing, Apollo. That's not a good thing.
Meow. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old blog. I wasn't finished.
Thanks.
Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even?
Yet, as I have been saying before, it was a game, not a gambling. Or perhaps for the capitalists to understand. I did they burn? Two types of chip, 100-point chip and 1,000 points chip. It is not money.
Justice.
What? No, the case is still going on, Kristoff. We haven't delivered justice to... Oh, you're talking to me. Sir?
Don't you find her comment interesting?
In more ways than one, sir. Girls are mysterious.
I'd have it added to her testimony myself, but what do I know?
Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony?
What do you mean add, Judge? I'm here for law, not calculus. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add to the testimony. Wish I knew where I was going with this. Probably the principal's office.
Very well. Witness, if you would be so kind.
You're on there. One kind of chip is worth 100 points. Other kind is worth 1,000. Two kinds in all.
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why.
Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten.
And why is my diaper full? Sorry, I'm fine. I better think of something to ask, and quick. The two types of chips? The small ones are 100 and larger 1,000. Right? Right. Of course.
Kitty face meow. Don't waste our time.
Is that all?
Yeah! Kristoff, anytime you want to jump in and help would be great!
Sink or swim, bitch.
Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb. I've never looked dumb at any point in my life before now. My perfect streak is ruined!
Oh, Justice,
No, the case isn't... Oh, right.
please try not to embarrass me like that.
Huh? Who? Me?
There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands.
What?
It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all.
Oh, I said that.
Calculation? You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing?
It must have been most unlucky day for him. I am glad I did not take other picture of him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to victim side of table.
So, you're telling us it was a one-sided game?
The one-sided and...
Last hand.
It was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand. It was excellent.
I do have pretty hands.
He tried to use it to take victory from behind.
It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture.
Kristoff, I've seen you on websites with that.
That is truly an excellent hand. However, so are the victims.
One with highest number wins, so defendant loses.
The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed his little puny hands. I believe that explains what occurred next.
Once card laid down on table, it happened.
And what happened next?
Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble. I did not believe such thing would happen.
What such thing?
Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such a thing occur?
What such thing?
The defendant has been hitting victim. I saw it all happen right before me. I saw bottle coming down on victim's head.
Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime.
Remember, your first goal is to gather information.
Yes, sir. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice. Oh, darn it. I'm drumming on the desk again. Okay. So there should be 7,000 total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that adds up correctly. All right. Okay. This damn picture again. So my logic here is those cards are face down, which means he has not showed them yet, which means the hand wasn't over yet.
Reminder, save.
Hold on. Okay, so the small is 100 and the big are 1,000. Okay. And he mentions calculation. Oh, okay. Okay, so this makes sense if the small are worth 1,000 and the big are worth 100, which is what I was counting up. So if I do it in reverse, small is 100 would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 600. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if small is 100 and big is 1,000, then it'd be 10,600. Okay, so my original guess was the hand isn't over yet, but they're talking calculation. So my guess is I need to prove that it's not 7,000 total between the two. All right, game. Am I playing by your rules now? Objection! Let's go. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure.
Objection! It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten like me.
Just for people who may not have graduated kindergarten, could you explain the problem to the court?
Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips because one is bigger than the other. Right? Right? Christoph, am I right?
3 years of law school.
Okay, good.
3 years.
Tell me,
Kids these days.
which were worth 1,000 points?
Why, the big ones, of course. Duh.
Oh, I thought so too. But it turns out I'm a fucking moron.
That's also true.
Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with, oh, this is a lot bigger than 10. 3, 5, the eyes of the surprise emoji points and chips. And the combined total value of the chips was, oh, this is even bigger. 7, points.
If you listen closely, you can hear Kristoff's last nerve breaking.
I bet Edward doesn't have to deal with this shit.
Yes. If my calculations are correct, let's see here. 3 plus 1, carry the 5.
Christoph, my tummy hurts. Can we take a break?
2.
They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth what I believe Christoph said is 1,000 points, and the small chips are worth 100, and you... Oh, my brain. Add them up.
Oh, how much is it?
Oh, this is why I never
I
made
don't
it past
even know,
minute
and I'm
math.
like the oldest in the group.
Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 600 points. The chips don't add up, and that's
Burn
the
this entire
math
courtroom
facts.
and no one would notice.
This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony.
I love that you were right for the wrong reasons.
But why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why.
Oh, I have to show my work? You sure this isn't a math test? Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. I don't even know what I'm saying. Am I saying both were right to this?
Yeah, as in the starting points are wrong, the chip count was wrong. Or
Right.
Both the starting points and chip count were correct.
Okay, the chip count isn't... Shit. Well, I know that the starting points are wrong because they said it was supposed to be 7,000. Chip count was wrong. Starting points were wrong. I'm gonna say the chip count was wrong. The odd thing here is the number of chips. Right, Mr. Gavin?
Why are you asking me?
Why are you looking at me like that? You know, just in case?
Justice, it's your case I'm concerned about. If you're wondering about the chips, just look at the photograph. It's all there. Even our judge with his failing eyesight could count them.
That's not the only thing failing the judge.
Bruh, I'm right here. Let me ask you again. Bruh, I'm right here.
This calculation makes the answer clear. If the total combined points at the table was
10,600. Then each man started the night with 5,300 points.
5,300. That's a rather half-baked score, which to start a game.
Justice, would different starting points really change anything?
Huh?
It seems the defense's objection was even more half-baked than the score. I should know. It's still 420.
Uh-oh, time to head back into the kitchen. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can be only one answer. If only I had...
Well, what is it?
Oh, the value of the chips was the other way around.
What?
Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones.
Oh, madness! This is just utter madness!
Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up.
What? He can add 2?
Excellent work, Justice.
Yeah, first try.
It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself.
Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it.
Kitty cat meow! But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing!
Indeed. The victim did still have the larger number of chips. Oh!
Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table.
Math, my only weakness!
The victim, Mr. Smith, had 40. You had 4,100 points.
Well now,
He's gaming.
it seems that Mr. Right was winning that night after all.
That's impossible!
My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning!
Yeah!
Now, Ms. Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips. Everyone knows that when you're winning, you teabag, not murder. Come on, haven't you played Fortnite? Since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you?
Number 1 victory royale!
These Zoomers are gonna kill me, I swear.
Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive. And Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened.
Old man syndrome.
We must now ask... Excuse me? What is it, Miss Orley?
I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see,
I see what, Miss Orley? What do you see?
in the last hunt, there was cheat.
A cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, or do you mean a scam?
They're all the same thing.
There was cheat in last hunt. That is why game ends with cheap as they are.
Great. Just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Next thing you know, these guys are gonna be jaywalking. That's the worst crime.
Oh, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting.
Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand.
Okay.
The final hand.
The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hand, cheat is more obvious.
Oh, there's 5 kings. Wait, no. He played with 2 decks.
Let me finish. See next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning?
I did. My mic just didn't work.
I thought I smelled a cover-up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers.
A full house is a very high-scoring hand. It's worth like 2. Not easy to make in my experience.
I can make number 2, Mr. Honor.
That alone is enough to suspect less scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? I don't know that word. House I rent.
Ha! Zoomers these days, not being able to afford a house. Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker.
I can't say this bodes well for your case. Or career.
What is this? Some kind of secret court poker ring?
Justice.
No, the case isn't. God damn it.
You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes?
No, I told you, I haven't dated a woman yet.
Yeah, you're not missing much.
Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind.
Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and a 3 of a kind.
Oh, it is nice being straight.
That's a full house.
Huh. Doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
You can see each player's hand in this photo here.
Oh,
Not hands, but, you know.
Wow, they both have full houses. What the fuck was I saying about 5 kings? I'm stupid.
We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway?
It is quite hard. It is making a pair and a 3 of a kind at the same time.
I guess that's right.
Very difficult, to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
Very difficult, but it is not impossible.
Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time. Four of each card, you say?
There is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card.
They're separated. Okay. That looks like 2 aces with hearts. No, maybe that's a club. I'm thinking about it too much.
It this interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons.
Huh? You don't say.
Ah, and did you know that the cards are numbered 1 through 13? All the cards in a deck and you get 364 a year.
That seems completely pointless to know. Wait, isn't that 1 day short?
That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year.
Was this game written by Uchikoshi?
How'd you know that? Thus you have a perfect representation of the year. All in a deck of cards.
Huh. You don't say.
I actually did say, I just said it.
We're gonna be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this. How is it clear?
The defendant. You were close. He played a 5th ace.
A 5th ace?
I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright,
What?
Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke, of course.
I like the
I
joke.
worked really hard on that joke.
How's that losing streak of yours going so far?
I waste my
Very
best
well.
material on you guys.
Is it
The
4 or
witness
5?
will
Remind
add
me,
this
Payne.
detail to her testimony, please.
what's happening? Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. And Mr. Wright, it is 5 aces and all. No evidence to disprove.
A 5th ace?
It should not exist, no? I still remember both hands very well. He shouldn't hear it the first time. Mr. Smith's hand had 3. Mr. Wright, 4.
Well, where did this card come from then?
Perhaps we should ask the defendant that very question then.
Oh, this is a nice addition to this game.
Oh, we get a log. Oh my god, I forgot that we get that
Nice.
now.
All right, now I just have to look for a butt and get people to play the line.
But
Unfortunately, you don't get that here.
adding cards to the deck is no less serious a taboo than forging evidence in a court of law.
It is a voiced conversation log. If people are willing to play along.
Now, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice?
Cheese whiz.
Okay.
You are so patient, Crash.
You bet. I've no intention of staying quiet. Not me. No, sir. I'm going to see how long I can talk without having to take a breath. Did you know that the fitness pacer exam is a 1-part or 3-part fitness pacer test that has people...
Very good, Justice. Very good.
I better find some contradicting evidence fast and work on my lung control. Do you recall what the men were arguing about?
I believe so. The victim, he shouts, "You are cheater!" And then the defendant shouts something like,
I have objection.
That was cool. I mean, a shouting objection, eh? All these habits are hard to break, am I right?
Like you losing?
Not yet, at least. First, he bluffed his way through the courtroom. Now he bluffs his way through life.
However, Mr. Wright lost the hand. That seems to cast a shadow of doubt on Mr. Smith.
humiliation from losing even when cheating. That is what set fire to the defendant's heart.
So, what did the flaming defendant do next?
Damn, I've been
Got
called.
him.
Mostly,
Damn, it's confirmed.
I thought that was Edgeworth's title, but hey, you do you.
By bottle, are you referring to this?
The defendant uses this photo to...
This behavior is an admission of cheating by the defendant.
But why use a grape juice bottle?
You'd be surprised at what can be used as a weapon.
This juice is recommended drink at Bush Bowl Club. This year's vintage is remarkable for its hefty flavor.
Hefty enough to brain a grown man, apparently. First she says it was a serious competition, now she says there was cheating.
Justice? Notice anything odd?
Yeah, since when was grape juice vintage?
Her testimony keeps changing. Now she says the defendant cheated.
Actually, yeah, I had noticed that. I'm glad you did too. Good job, Christoph Gold Star.
Thank you. Let's get the truth about this cheating first, shall we?
Right, leave it to me. There's no way I can fuck this up.
First try, baby.
It appears the
Yay.
witness is mistaken.
Miss Tekken? But my name is not Beth.
Look, this piece of evidence, right here, my hand's actually touching it, I'm holding it up in the air, clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony.
That's the photo of the chips, is it not?
Justice?
Case isn't over yet.
Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point.
Yes, please, point out the contradiction in this photo.
Oh, I would be so messed up if I couldn't check this. Mr. Smith's hand is 3 aces, okay. Finger go in the bottle, then I pull it out and go, put it in, put it in. I got stuck once. We had to call the ambulance. Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces.
Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question.
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating, all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Phoenix, I saw how you were looking at Christoph. You have a man. Christoph's mine. You keep your hands off of him, you son of a...
The 5th
This
ace is
is
actually
why
me.
This is why I'm a Discord kitten. Meow.
2 aces in each player's hand does make... Carry the 3. 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day.
You're right to trust your instincts.
Mr. Gavin?
Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion.
What might that be, Mr. Gavin?
If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards?
The cards.
Mr. Payne,
Yes?
the players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court.
Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards?
If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which one of these hands is more suspicious? It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards.
Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would.
Yes, very well.
Received evidence, victim's hand.
Well, time's a wasting. Get to it, Justice.
Yes, sir!
When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using the to turn it every which way and to zoom in and out.
Oh.
That should give you a better perspective on the case.
Your crush has a stroke.
Okay, let's do this. All right, I can rotate with... Oh? What? Your Honor, look at this! One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color!
That's impossible! But I put the right hand. Oh!
What was that, Miss Orley?
No, yet I merely said I have.
Your Honor.
Mr. Gavin, yes?
Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker?
Shoot the opponent. I mean, to cheat.
I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend. Come.
There we go. We're good. We're okay.
You're getting crispy.
We're okay.
The dealer.
Wait, so you mean... This witness, Ms. Orley?
She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager.
Order! Order!
Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of of her mistake.
Good save there, kid.
Your Honor,
Please recall the testimony we just heard. We can, thanks to this fancy, handy-dandy ability.
Technology.
That's impossible! I put that card in Wright's hand.
Oh. Ergo, I just learned that word yesterday. Christoph taught it to me. Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat. Not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, I learned that word myself. It's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim.
What?
Wait, you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you?
Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder.
Oh, damn, she passed out. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley?
It appears that she lost Cautiousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice,
Your Honor?
good job. Good kill. I mean, it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
And that means...
That means that this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
Kristoff, I might get a pee break!
What?
I did it! I held out! Good job, Bladder. I knew we could do it. Not like last time.
I see no point in prolonging this trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Twink. One of the cards had a different colored back. That's actually what I read the word as at first. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? This is ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous.
I put ketchup on my mac and cheese.
Dashing too.
Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things.
Right here, Your Honor.
Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night.
As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before.
Would you make like a good kitten and stop talking, please? Anyway, the 2 decks at the club have different colored backs. Blue and red. Except in Japan, where they had red and or green, I think, but eventually America got red and blue, and, well, the rest is history. Anyway, 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You used different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game.
I see. But that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong got into the mix. Which means there was cheating.
Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Oh, yes? You weren't kidding, Kristoff. When he says your name, it just hits different. Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, not these games, I mean the game of cards, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder.
Well, yeah. Thanks for the new bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course, it was what?
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? Perhaps it happened after the murder?
What's that? That's ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's just silly.
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible.
Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown. After the murder.
Okay, this is going past silly and straight onto crazy. I'll ask again. What's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us.
There's another?
Yes. A simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who?
The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley.
Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Since it's a freebie, I kind of want to accuse them so I can get the extra stuff. The one who swapped the cards was Mr. Wright. It was you, wasn't it? And why would I do such a thing? Because, maybe you were trying to hide the fact that you cheated?
That would make sense. But the swapped card was in the victim's hand.
Oh. Sorry. I'm a nice guy, but I'm not a bad boy. Come to think of it, he would lack a motive for helping his opponent to win. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright. Of course. What kind of moron would say that? And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orley either.
What are you suggesting?
That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to rename Miss Orley at this point.
Yes, I know. I'm trying to pad out the content. We need
Do
subs.
You know, though? Do you?
But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. That's mean, Kristoff. Wait, stop being mean. Don't stop that.
And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you would like to share with the court, Mr. Wright?
Oh, sorry. I'm just checking out this joke on Reader's Digest. It's just the right amount of realistic. Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is.
Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orley, then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
New direction?
I'd like the court to know I was totally bullshitting, expecting it to be the wrong answer. Can we stop pretending I was smart about this?
We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made two critical mistakes.
I'm sure you're gonna tell us the first was swapping the wrong colored card.
because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used.
I'm still in the courtroom. I'm the main character. I'm supposed to have the most lines.
The other mistake was the number on the card.
Right! The person replaced the 5th ace with the king. I'm helping.
I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime.
What?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely that, at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in the room.
I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption?
The problem is you chose to conceal this information from the court.
I suppose that is a problem, yes.
Court is adjourned for a brief recess.
Ah! I have to pee!
Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Kinky.
Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes.
It's gonna be the top of the hour in 20 minutes.
Are we actually going to take a 20-minute break? Though?
It is actually a 20-minute break. I'm gonna proceed it so that we can go ahead. April 20th, 11:52 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Let the music go. Do not read this line. All right, we are taking a 20-minute recess until the top of the hour, and we will resume this court case. Yes. So let me shrink that up. All right. Cool. All right, y'all, we are taking a break. So go hydrate, go use the bathroom, go eat dinner if you have to, take care of your pets, and we will see you back at 8 p.m. Pacific time, 11 p.m. Eastern time. Vamonos! Welcome back, everybody. I told you we'd be back at the top. That's amazing when it works out like that, you know? We are back, but of course, before we continue on, we are gonna showcase some fan art real quick. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, a nice 8. We're gonna try and get through these in the order that they were presented. A lot of chat going on in chat. Happy to see you guys being so active. All right, so let's go here, go to this folder, go to fan art. Okay. 8. This first one is from Runewolf, who says, Dog puns, the furriest attorney of them all. The file is titled Apollo Justice. Dog attorney at law. Oh my god, is that, oh god, what is his name? Tokidori? Yakitori?
Oh my god.
Yami.
Yeah, that one.
There you go.
Look at that 10,000 yard stare. Actually, it's only 100 yards. He hasn't learned how to count up to 10,000 yet.
He's got a bit of a Red 13 thing going on.
Yeah.
Apollo snacks? What?
This next one is from unknown friend Mega LCRO that says, as loudly as you dare. Let's check this one. He is an eager beaver.
Contradiction spotted! Objection, go!
He's so
You
tiny.
even gave him the horns.
He's like friggin' not Tim Curry. Who's the guy who plays Robotnik in the modern day Sonic movies? Jim Carrey. He's like Jim Carrey going, objection, go! Objection, go! Objection, go! You know, like, just finding every excuse to say it. Objection, go! This next one is from Colton Altemeyer. There was no comment, but let me go ahead and share this. Boop. Man, you guys are putting me through my paces today. Whew! Suddenly Squidward, that's right. You like contradictions, don't you, Kristoff? I can't believe I'm in this courtroom surrounded by idiots! Anyway. Wow. It's Pain as Gary.
SpongeBob memes are so peak today.
It's Pain as Gary going, meow.
There it is. She had a verb.
What?
What?
What? What's playing in the background?
What happened?
I don't know. Anyway, Mr. Judge, I bet my Wookiee. I am smart. Richello. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna just share this and you'll see it.
I'm so flattered. I'm so flattered.
Yo, look at you go, Crash.
Yeah.
Sink or swim, bitch.
10 out of 10, no notes.
Oh my god.
And then Apollo's like, yes, Dad. I mean,
Evita7 submitted theirs and said, my brain connecting Sean's sock story with the fact that Phoenix wears a hoodie. This is
I'm going to cherish this personally.
it's amazing.
This is going on my fridge.
Son of a bitch!
Oh, son of a bitch! Sucks to be you, Mr. Right. I'm gonna kill you, kid. I'm gonna use the grape juice bottle to do it. We're gonna end up having meme art based off the meme art at this rate. This next one is from Beirut, who says, someone mentioned color and cards, so here, have this. Big image. Let me shrink it down a couple times. There we go. It's color deals. Poker brews.
Look at that.
Did the 6 and the 10 have any special meaning, or?
Not that I know of.
All right, I will quick save this one, Richello, but then we have to move on. So
Becky Star, that is not Beirut, by the way.
Oh, Becky Star. I'm sorry. I saw the B and I messed it up. I'm very sorry. Becky Star is the artist of this. Next is Colton Altemeyer gave us 2. No comment on either of these, so I'm going to try and bring these out super quick. We have number 1. Boop. And we have number 2. Boop. All right, starting on the right. Yeah, Christoph, you can kick it off.
This is the place I told you about.
Judge. Judge.
Hey, Kel?
Haggle?
Judge. Judge.
I think he left.
I think Ackle's gone to the void.
Judge.
Judge.
All right, we'll stall for
There is
time.
no law now.
We'll stall for time. All right, other one is Cards of Steel. I'm sure I'm in good hands. That bastard stole my beep beep.
Sorry, I'm back.
No,
Literally had me sipping on water.
Just the right amount of stalling for time. All right, comic time, go.
This is the place I told you about.
Oh my. Are you sure this is not a guilty pleasure?
Oh, I just got the joke as you said that. God damn it. And one last one from Richello. I love this. Okay. Wait a second. Weren't they using 2 deck?
Would you let me finish?
She kind of looks like
the bite in that.
she kind
That
of
was personal.
Olga looks a little bit like Agatha in the first Pokemon game to me. I think that's really cool.
Oh my god.
Beautiful.
She angry.
She
Speaking of meme artwork, if we're gonna go down that line, there's a very easy one you guys can do with a certain character's name. I'm not gonna say who, but I'm just gonna put that out there. Anyway.
All right. Well, our goal is to try and get East Coast to bed before 1 in the morning. So, we ready to kick this back off?
Let's go.
I'm ready to not sleep.
Kick us off, Christoph.
That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth?
Well, no. I'd think you would know the answer to that.
Do you need money for a sandwich or for drugs? I'm not sure what part of your arc you're at right now. Anyway, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I've no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome.
I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph.
Mm-hmm. Justice.
Case is still not over. Yes, sir.
The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me.
Okay. Oh, he's a ghost. Oh.
You did well, Apollo.
Can I ask you something? Is Christoph, ace?
Sure. Everyone here can be an ace attorney. We're all allies.
But no, that locket you wear. Is that really yours, Mr. Wright?
Oh, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there.
Whoa, 3D effects. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter.
Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days.
One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you?
What do you think?
Huh?
You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never! Honest! But it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Huh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law? Yeah, only the rich people make it out alive in the end. But figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding! Well, yes, I'm talking to you, so the verb would be kidding. But that witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No? Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, Twitch accounts, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me. And now, I pass the secret of watching where people touch themselves onto you. But I'm not worthy! I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. I don't watch enough VSLs on YouTube. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will, soon. The alpha male wolf inside you is begging to be let out. You just need to let him howl. Ah, almost forgot. One more thing about this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. I knew it! I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And, Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Oh, that should have been our break.
Oh well.
If you take a 20-minute recess, but you talk shop about your business during it, are you actually taking a recess, or are you still working?
That's a good question.
April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2.
Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again?
That's the thing. You see, she's quite, fatigued.
Aren't we all?
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne.
I resent that.
Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand.
Very well. The witness will take the stand.
Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser.
Oh, you got told, Orly!
Oh, damn. Burn.
Oh! Am I doing it right, Kristoff? Oh!
Not the problem.
not.
Well then,
Name's Olga Orly. That's the truth. I'm a pearl dealer.
See, Kristoff, I told you, you can't trust women!
it's true.
People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orly.
Oh. Oh, really?
Want to know something else? I'm actually a capitalist. And I'm not really Russian. My last name also sounds like, oh, really?
There's
That's
the
what I said.
name.
I got it in one this time.
Well, there's your truth. I hope you're satisfied.
Witness! You will tell the court what you just did with Olga Orly! Where is she? You hit her! We need her on the stand!
She's fixing her mic in the back. I'll talk, though. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences.
Okay. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress.
So you were in cahoots with the victim.
Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend. The unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand. And then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright.
Is that an extra card in your pocket? Are you happy to see me?
Oh, God.
It's
He would
actually
then
a pair
pull
of
out
socks.
the planted card, and the trap would snap shut.
You swapped the card. Oh, that was him.
You swapped the cards!
Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it. It would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins.
A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. And that was the plan.
Oh, really, Orly? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake.
A mistake?
I agree. The trap was elegant. Yet what happened to that planted card?
Hey, that's right.
He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers Orly.
Oh, really? I did that joke again. The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind snake stick.
Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad.
Her hair looks
That's
like
cute.
wavy
Bado,
fries.
bado.
Now I'm
Shut up.
hungry.
When you're through being bad, perhaps you can testify to the court?
No.
Tell us... Damn, okay. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
I'm doing it because I want to, not because you told me to.
The best laid traps.
That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then, Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant.
A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark.
The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect! If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up.
Hochstein, I'm gonna want more details on that, because I don't remember voicing anything for a wrestling game. Like, if you find a link with the voice performance, please tell me, because I have no memory of this.
Look who's talking!
Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice.
With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors?
This planted card. Which card was it exactly?
The trump card. The 5 of hearts.
Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least, that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend.
Hochstein, send it to me in a DM on Discord, because I'm not going to share it during this episode anyway, since it's besides the point. But if it is actually me, I will share it on the server afterwards.
I slid it into Wright's pocket.
When was this?
Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht. And suckers.
Remind me never to go there.
I love suckers. Do you have blue raspberry?
No.
Oh.
Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken.
So, everything went according to plan.
Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud.
There are worse things to be known as, I suppose.
Like jaywalking. Tell us what happened with the search. The card disappeared?
Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. We searched every nook and cranny. Even inside his cute little hat. It is a pretty cute hat.
But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct?
Never in my long, storied career. Never has Quick Fingers Orley been so readily duped.
Oh, really? Comedy comes in threes. So, what did happen to that 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant?
So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action.
Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
Nah.
Wait, isn't that a little odd?
What's odd?
The dice on your hat. 1 and a 3. Those are odd numbers. I learned that in school.
Good job.
Yay!
Want a medal?
Oh, I have one, thank you. You searched Mr. Wright, thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim.
Well,
Oh! What was that just now? I sensed something.
couldn't handle my beauty.
Something wrong, Mr. Justice?
No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder?
Again, please do not press me.
She played with her hair and looked at me. Does that mean she likes me? Oh, I should have asked Kristoff for more tips.
It does not mean that, Apollo.
Miss Orley, you're hiding something.
What are you talking about? You. Me. Quick Fingers Orley.
Defense let's refrain from baseless accusations.
I have one question for the witness then. Would you go out with me, yes, no?
Maybe.
Okay, second question. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true?
Of course it's true. I did see it. Honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it.
What's this weird vibe I'm getting?
It's called puberty, kid.
That
It's called
witness.
your bisexual, kid.
That witness, for instance. Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Whoa, Booba!
I said don't press.
AI, the Somnium Files! 2164, break the seam! What's going on? The sensation! It's coming into focus! There! That twitch! It's so clear! She's the Zodiac Killer! It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before! Oh, I have to push a button now. Gotcha! What? What is this?
Welcome to the new mechanic.
Miss Orley, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself.
Unaware of what?
Your hat and hair looks exactly like an upside-down McDonald's fry basket. But also, whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand.
I've heard worse flirts. My neck.
It does, though, doesn't it?
So what if it does?
What indeed, Justice?
I'm just very hungry, okay?
I hadn't noticed anything of the sort.
When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
Memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us?
Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left, an inerasable impression on your neck is this. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle? The murder weapon! That's right, buddy. You risen with the tism. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain?
What the heck is he talking about?
It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit. Not you!
This is cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness habits, they're completely irrelevant.
Justice. I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination.
I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her.
Excuse me?
Ooh.
Miss Orley, please allow me to break you in this court of law. Tell me in detail about the moment of the crime.
The very moment!
Yet, I am knowing nothing.
Oh, Olga, you're back. I hope you're okay. Where did that other lady go?
Apollo, lock in, please.
I'm seeing double. Now there's 4 of them.
Working?
We know you're not Russian.
The witness will testify, please. Now.
Don't tell me what to do, Dad. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there.
You seem uneasy.
You try standing up here and being funny.
Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like?
Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came.
Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony?
I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is...
50-50, Apollo.
It's the F word. You taught me it. You say whatever...
That's true.
Whenever they say something that I don't agree with, I should say that it's the F word.
Okay. Do you remember what that word was?
Your Honor, I have an F word to share with you.
God damn it, Apollo.
What
She is flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What's that?
Well,
The only F word I know is flamingo.
show us this evidence, Mr. Justice.
What's your F word, Christoph?
Apollo.
I was waiting for like a silly. That doesn't begin with F.
Mistake. She didn't let him
Go
out of
on,
her
go.
sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely.
She dropped her food.
Are you gonna finish that?
The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant.
I'm just gonna take a piece while no one's looking.
Don't you dare.
Showdown time.
You dirty cheat! Check his pockets! Now!
It's gone! The card's gone!
You lose.
Ah!
Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right. And he hit me.
You! Some master of cheating you turned out to be!
When I came to,
The victim was already dead. Is that it?
that's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure.
Well, where does that leave us?
I don't know, Judge. Maybe you should take a couple more minutes on it.
That's my hair, that's my hair!
Oh,
Madness! This is madness. I must be dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with the bottle, and I'm imagining this.
It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end. And frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
This is a clown house.
Mr. Gavin, sir?
I believe that, as a defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar.
Ooh!
Oh, your F word is fat!
What?
I remember that movie. 3 were in the room the night of the murder. Defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive.
A motive?
Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder.
What? I'm no killer! It's a trap! Someone's trying to frame me!
What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process.
Damn, this man be spitting. I mean, Mr. Wright.
Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin.
God damn it, right. What are you saying?
Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder.
Right! Like Mr. Wright was saying before recess.
A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person. That's my word, by the way, Apollo. 4th, that's my F word.
You're so cool!
I want to be cool too. I mean, this theory again. Your 4th person doesn't exist.
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
That's your F word, Judge. Foreshadowing. Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about?
Sorry.
Remember what I said. The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there was one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue.
Yeah, I had that impression too. But why?
Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear.
Who is this 4th person?
Why do I always get put on the spot like this?
Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Okay, it's obviously not him. It's not her. He's dead, so he's not a part of this.
What? Wait, what? Can I go back like all the way? No, because like after the autosave, it probably
I think it clears after
Yeah.
the to be continued, or there's a certain length.
Yeah. It's expecting me to remember shit from the very... This game wants me to take notes, you know?
Bro, this is the fourth game. You're just figuring that out?
I don't remember that early in the game, but by process of elimination, my main guess is this. What the fuck? Okay.
As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair.
I was right?
No, I am. But nice try, kid. Christoph Gavin. You were the fourth person that night.
But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards.
How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor, or the table.
But look! You can see the colors in this photo.
Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light.
It is true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flames, know its final outcome.
Well, Christoph,
I don't care for you.
Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin! Is something the matter?
No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so... sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you?
oh, Christoph. You know even I'd never take a joke this far.
I don't know, your life is a pretty, clear contradiction of that.
This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity.
Why don't you knock the craziness out of me then, Christoph? Just grab a bottle and take care of it.
Don't tempt me.
The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
But what possible connections could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
This is like watching a cat fight.
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met.
I don't know. I saw Grinder on his phone. So what if they have?
Huh?
There is a possibility, after all. They may not have, or they may have met that night before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify.
The defense would like to request no such thing.
Mr. Gavin?
Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin.
When do you ever? As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley...
No. Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
Yeah, Christoph.
Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, yeah. It is. Oh, shit, it is. Oh.
Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. Your Honor, I think the court will trust me when I say we need every excuse to listen to more of Mr. Wright's dulcet tones.
A2, Justice. You betray me, your teacher, for a vagrant?
I'm sorry, but
Really?
every good second core of anime requires a betrayal, Mr. Gavin.
This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth.
This is why I prefer dogs.
Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand. Please.
Appetite before murder. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shoddy Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was
Game is
knocked...
a little crispy.
Not that one. There we go. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder?
I dine with him rather frequently. We double Dutch. Most of the time.
But no longer.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Well, I talk to him every day, but that's a different story entirely. Quite against my will in this case, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, and none of the competent ones were available because it was after hours, so I called him.
Oh, you saucy bitch. You were playing this all along, weren't you, Right? Just because you want me to drag me into your little murder trial.
The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now.
I'd want a shower if I were you. I thought my office was doing you a favor when you took on your defense, which is a lot larger than yours. It appears I was wrong.
Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
I can already tell you he doesn't have a cross, Your Honor, because this man needs Jesus like you wouldn't believe.
Justice?
I'm not part of this fight! Sir!
He's lying, and you're going to expose him.
Understood, sir. Wait, did you just tell the truth, or is that another lie? I'm not sure
Don't
how...
fuck with my bottom line, Apollo. Remember.
Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. Unless you're a fan artist, this can't end well.
The man put a parrot on stand, Apollo. Remember that.
Why can't I have a normal trial?
With the frizz? No way.
Chris, no.
Oh.
That's the audience's F word. Appetite before murder?
God damn it. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Before me?
Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano.
I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So, the plates and such on the dining table were from your dinner?
Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, did something else for about 2 minutes, and then Kristoff left. After that...
5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time.
Well, that would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. But we're out of F words, so too bad.
Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Kristoff Gavin and Shoddy Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here I was, all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear that just passed in the hall?
What? They died?
Hit the bricks!
That does seem a little weak as pretense for murder.
It would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright, what are you hiding this time? About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned?
The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Yes. A harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quark?
Well, I was searching for socks, and I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted! Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
An empty bottle of grape juice.
The murder weapon? Yes. I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama.
A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look.
Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information.
I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming.
Oh, so you struck first. I like that.
I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. And when you returned, the victim was already... Yep, dead. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in.
A little?
He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? Ask your mother. I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair, wouldn't you say, Kristoff? And I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees.
I did not. Glad to hear you intend to pay.
Well, I never hire a whore for free. I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved, after all.
Ooh, you may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high.
Quality over quantity, right? Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? I don't understand any of this.
Justice, you know what you have to do. Also, revision of my F word. Fired, by the way, fired. He's lying. Expose him, now.
Oh, I thought it was clearing your search history. Yes,
Fire.
sir. I have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with his testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. This shit just writes itself sometimes.
It really does. Oh my god.
Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes? I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. No?
What, Mr. Wright? Surely, ellipses isn't all you have to say for yourself.
I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh?
Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and a sixth person could have helped.
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. No need to be sassy.
My apologies, Your Honor.
I wouldn't have you proroguing our investigation either.
You do that well enough on your own, yes.
We'll talk later. We looked inside the bottle and there was nothing.
So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear?
In any case, please continue your cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh!
Push him harder, Justice. Break him.
Man, Kristoff, what's the problem? You can't break someone yourself? Didn't know you needed help.
Oh yeah, he'll need my help.
It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO.
Oh, why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? That evening... Oh wait, I have to check it again. Okay. Okay, my guess is when he came back, he wouldn't see that. He would have had to take the hat off. That's my initial guess. Objection! Oh, let's go! I am on a roll right now. Mr.
Nice.
Wright, if I may. Yeah? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. Hats go on heads. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Huh. Hats do go on heads. Good point.
Justice.
What? They do!
Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it.
Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court?
I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. What?
You?
You put the hat on the dead man's head?
He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright. Just like in this photograph.
And?
Well, I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. It's where hats belong. Had to right a wrong, you know? Right? A wrong? That's a little Phoenix joke for all of you. It's free.
Why did you do a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene.
So, Miss Orley didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head.
I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head.
Ah, here we go again.
Mr. Gavin?
Pardon. It seems that our client is determined to lie his way through his case.
Hey, he's still our client, isn't he?
If he pays, maybe. I believe that's enough of that.
Mr. Gavin.
This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Really, it's been that long,
Man, that sounded personal.
Well, there's something of yours you haven't lost even since those 7 years ago. You certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. I thought you were the M in the relationship, not the S.
I believe it was you who threw the first stone?
At least I can pitch.
Mr. Wright!
1v1 me, Beta.
If you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never!
Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here.
Huh?
When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well.
Reason?
That reason is right here.
Your cell phone?
That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. I like to listen to his voice afterwards for reasons.
What's this?
It's a one-party state, bitch. Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Christoph seemed to be in a bit of trouble.
What's this? Game not going well.
Shh, fuck you. I have more game than you ever will. Let's something like that.
That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good.
Turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. He was even less responsive than you are.
Oh no, you mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it?
Me? Please. I can fix whoever's broken, even you. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that.
Bone appetit? No, china plate?
Kind of porcelain. Very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead.
Can't relate.
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club?
Most certainly.
Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate?
Oh, that's right.
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light.
I need to feed the cats real quick, so y'all theory craft while I go and feed them. Give me 2 minutes.
Oh man.
Wow,
I'm
this
just
man's
going to stare
breaking
at
down
you.
during the tension.
Just gonna stare at you. If I stare at him long enough, maybe he'll die.
Maybe.
Let's find out.
I'm just kind of gone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. See you later.
I love the remastered.
I'm gonna
sprites in
monitor
this
my
game, though.
Discord real quick.
There you go.
I'm a tier 3 so hard.
They really didn't have to go so hard on like this trilogy. They could have just brought it over as is, but they're just like, nah.
Kristoff just breaks off his hair and uses it as a weapon.
Nah. I mean, to be fair, everybody has a reason to kill Phoenix, right? His money. As a lawyer.
You assume he has money?
Dude's out on his ass right now.
Bitch couldn't even afford a burger.
Everybody's been killing it. Also, can I just say, like, really quick, Shoddy, your screams, bruh.
Mwah.
Yes.
You and Gina both just molto bene.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank
I'm actually like, did you have that fit like just with you in your closet?
Yeah.
That's
These are all clothes I own, including the hat.
Committed
That's
to
so-
the bit.
All right, I am back. Thank you for your patience.
Welcome back.
Troubled, I returned to the crime scene.
Damn, he's alive.
And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head?
Die's been cast, has it? So, this is your reason? The reason why you put the victim's hat back on?
Your point, Mr. Gavin?
It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix, right?
Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne,
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice.
I want shared custody.
Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as the prosecutor, I...
Very well, good enough for me. We'll break for 10 minutes.
I didn't...
After
well,
which,
I didn't say no,
Mr.
but-
Gavin will take the stand for cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
I assume we're just rolling through.
yes.
Okay.
April 20th, 2:32 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3.
Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. There's a lot of arguing and grunting going on in there. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this?
May I?
Huh? What?
Hello, sir. Please, pick a card.
What's this all about? There's women outside the courtroom too? Is this one okay?
Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it.
A trump card?
The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all.
An ace. In my own voice chat? Where do I remember that card from?
Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true, I have seen it. The 5th ace.
I leave the court, please?
The missing fifth ace! Wait, this blotch of red, is this blood?
You have your trump card. Now, it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands, but I know you can do it.
This blood-stained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. Bloody ace added to the court record. April 20th, 2:45 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2.
Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Mr. The witness state his name and occupation?
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor?
Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom.
I'm well aware. Fine, I'll play along.
First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald.
Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright!
What do you think you're doing, right?
Wow. Things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second.
Mia Fey.
The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off. Oh, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit!
Oh!
When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime.
In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say.
Not bad, Apollo. Good boy.
Mr. Gavin.
I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with the court. Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night?
Yeah, Christoph, put that mouth to work.
You'll die like she did.
That fateful night.
The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding the bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright.
So, you witnessed the murder?
For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed.
Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client.
What else could I say? I'm staying on the witness stand after all.
So you are, Mr. Gavin.
Hmm?
And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window.
Mr. Wright?
You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo?
Oh, wordplay. This is cool.
Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder.
Fired, Apollo. Fired. Blah, blah, blah.
That man. You mean Mr. Smith?
He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
Payne?
So then, you knew the true nature of your client's job.
Of course. But I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal.
Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends, after all. Possibly even roommates.
Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score.
I see. What happened then?
The little window. You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs?
Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe.
Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been far easier to just, I don't know, open the door and go into the room?
I didn't want to upset Wright, you see.
Upset Mr. Wright?
He was going through a breakup with Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, sorry, was that not my news to report? My apologies. Yes, what if my fears been unfounded? I'd been walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least.
So far, everything he's saying makes sense. How do you know it was right after the murder?
Really, no need to shout, Justice.
Yeah, shut up. Stop yelling.
Shut up, Payne. I was just getting to that part of my testimony.
Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change.
I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. Well, you and that overbearing personality of yours.
What can I say, Kristoff? When you're already perfect, why would you need to change?
My bathroom's bigger than your entire office.
With friends like these, who needs enemies? By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene?
Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. Little rhyme.
And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
those were the only 3 at the scene of the crime?
Yes, as far as I saw at least.
Then we're back to where we started. The killer was the defendant. Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police?
2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime!
Justice. I just said I saw no one. Not a soul.
But that goes against what Mr. Wright said!
And? Ah, yes. This mysterious 4th person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose.
Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin.
Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hands? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary?
How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace. Right.
Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason?
Ooh, so I'm thinking 2 things. I think it's too early to show that card, but the question is... No, that wouldn't have changed the difference of the full house. I'm wondering if there's proof of it at the moment that I can show. I'm not sure. I'll go for it. It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out.
Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace?
Oh shit, I can't save. Okay. I don't know the reason. I'm just going, okay, I was given it. They're mentioning a 5th ace. We'll see what happens. Oh no. Oh, okay. My reason is, this.
Is that an ace?
Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade.
What?
This is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be? Could this be the missing 5th ace?
Inconceivable. How could you... What are you doing with that card?
Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl.
Ooh, that card. It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all.
No! Impossible! Unacceptable! The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud.
A fraud? How can you be so sure, Kristoff? You, of all people, would know what's a fraud.
Your law license, fraud. What?
I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud. Oh, who was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate for your dumb mind, Apollo. Yes, please, sir! What if this trace of blood was the reason?
The reason for?
For the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime.
Where are you going with this?
Take another look at the photo, and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible.
Oh?
Right? Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence.
Yeah, well, you were never one to ask permission in the first place. And we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question.
What are you talking about?
You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless!
Sorry, Kristoff, but I've already gotten to every base with you.
What?
It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Wait, I didn't say the line, huh? Oh, I can assure you it's quite base. Try picturing the scene of the crime in your head.
Ooh, 3D.
3D.
Whoa!
In 3 dimensions.
The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And, before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene.
Well, what is it?
Let's keep it simple for Apollo, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit. The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses. Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? Okay, I gotta read this. One decisive problem, okay. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table, and before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there's one decisive... My guess is, if Kristoff is the one that swapped it out, he would need to be in the room, because, otherwise he would have had to walk in and do it after the fact. So he could do it if he was the witness dealing the cards, like Olga, but not if he was outside the window, is my guess. The second witness's position is the problem.
The second witness. That would be Mr. Gavin, yes?
The second witness's position is far less problematic than yours right now, Justice. Or perhaps perilous is a better word.
I cannot see what the blood-stained card has to do with the second witness's location.
What?
I'm afraid you're more in peril of a penalty this time.
No! My streak! No!
Get him.
Enjoy your sub.
Fuck!
Womp womp.
Oh, god damn it.
Your Honor, one more chance, please.
I suppose. Do think it over, Mr. Justice. Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of
Your Honor,
blood
Your
on
Honor, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Your Honor.
I can't breathe.
Such an eager beaver. Reminds me of you, Kristoff. At least he knows how to keep quiet.
Ah.
At least someone wasn't screaming Edgeworth the entire time.
What can I say? He's better.
Okay. Maybe I'm thinking too far ahead of it, because my guess is he was keeping the card in his hat, and that's how the trickle of blood landed on it. So maybe that's the point I'm trying to point out? Is the game trying to highlight that, hey, if you're saying that Phoenix has the hidden card, then why does it have, was it on his side? Or is it asking me...
Would you want clarification on that question?
Oh, like, am I actually asking for help?
Actually asking, like, what the clarification for that question. I know you're not actually asking for help, but...
The question in the game?
Yeah, whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card?
Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? Victim is here. I'm just trying to figure out what the game is asking of me. I don't... Okay. My two guesses at this point are, it was supposed to be that the card is supposed to be in Phoenix's position because it was a trap, so why would it have blood on it? Or something to do with the victim, because I don't think it has anything to do with the witness right now. I'm just kind of trying here. This is dumb Sean wildly guessing moment. It's a 1 in 3 chance. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem?
I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice.
It's okay, I don't follow my own either. Look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him.
Oh!
Take a look at the photograph. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards.
Why, that's right.
It's not the same ace. Okay, go ahead.
So, what does this mean?
Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs.
Swivel chairs? Oh man, that sounds fun. Like a fidget spinner, but for your whole body.
Apollo, try turning the chair around.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Oh my god. I just want to touch everything. Wah!
Whee!
Wait!
The chair was facing the other way.
It would have to be. So, we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table.
When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing?
When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo.
That would mean the killer turned the chair back around.
Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more.
Guys, I'm so not following this right now because, like, I'm looking at the photo and I don't see any blood on this table, so I don't get it.
We now know...
I can explain after.
Then we know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction.
Again?
Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime?
Save.
Oh, fuck. Victim, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim was facing away? We now know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. Is it that the killer would have had to be in front of him? Okay, my guess is in order to reach the victim, the killer would have had to sit here, but that doesn't mean it's the witness that's incorrect. It means that the killer is the one that's in the wrong area. Because otherwise they would have had to get up and then walk over. Okay. The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yeah?
Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of the game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. That's right, this whole thing is just totally fucky-wuckied right now. Look again at the diagram, you dumb bitches. Phoenix Wright is in the house. Apollo, go for the hat trick, baby. If the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? There's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. Oh, and try not to put the marker in your nose this time. I know it's scented, but doesn't look good. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? Right there? The killer had to be standing, well, here.
You get points for flair, I'll give you that, but that's about all you get.
I thought I was onto something there too.
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha!
It's simple logic, really. Didn't you watch the Super Mario RPG live dub? If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait! I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there!
What's this now?
I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange the cupboard in the hideout immediately.
Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard.
Your Honor.
What?
There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff.
Yes. I see, you're backseating me. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright.
That's debatable.
I do my best. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here. Which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. I want to spin the chair. Ah! Thank you. As you can see by this very special handy-dandy special effects, which cost us too much to put in voiceover, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Now, everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this?
What is it now?
Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. Appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. It is getting dangerously close to 1 a.m. on the East Coast. Huh? Oh, dang, it's pretty late. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion.
Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness, the cupboard? Which indicator in this diagram indicates the wrong thing?
Well, I have to dookie, so number 2. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs.
No!
That's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin.
What? What did you say?
Oh. Is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Maybe you should tap into that icy cold heart of yours, Gavin.
Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right?
It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? I thought you said there were no volunteers.
That's what I was told.
I told you that you shouldn't trust me.
All right. Hold on.
Winston.
No,
No,
I
no.
got this.
No. What?
Shoddy hasn't had a lot of lines.
I was just gonna have someone redeem for a volunteer spot and come in and voice it, and then.
It's yours.
All right.
Go on.
We have one volunteer spot. Go. Vim, get in here. This man about to throw away his volunteer spot for a week just to voice a bailiff line. All right, do your part, buddy.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Order. This is a court of law, and I will have order.
We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bull Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor.
Oh? And what did they find?
Full of Funko Pops, Your Honor.
Oh!
And it turns out there's a secret passage behind it.
Kristoff! Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Through the cupboard! Murder scene contains a secret tunnel!
What?
Ah, yes. I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about.
I do remember him saying something about it now that he mentions it.
Secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law.
So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go?
The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer.
Dang.
You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo?
I see it. But I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked. And the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something.
Dare I ask what really happened that night?
Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it!
Ah!
What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shoddy Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then, our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout.
The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look.
And...
After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime.
Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red!
Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn.
Judge, I really have to go!
I'm truly, truly sorry. I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Payne!
Here! Yes, Your Honor.
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
Number 6, I believe, Mr. Payne.
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. but I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. Not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand.
Your point, Mr. Gavin?
Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me?
The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney.
Illegal evidence?
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, if I'm such a low-down, dirty piece of scum, what does that make you being beneath me? Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing?
Of course. This bottle, for instance.
The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking!
How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne?
Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were... they're upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier.
The court, and this case, demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor?
Ah, see how the codfish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that.
Yeah. Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to...
Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one.
Is there really another?
Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight.
How about you just say the answer in plain words?
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice?
Mr. Gavin said that the court and this case demand an explanation. Don't worry. Justice won't leave until justice is done.
Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down?
Try it. It's got to be one of these two. No, because he needed to hold it in order to put the card in. So... he would have taken that card. So this one would have been in Kristoff's hand. So it wouldn't have been his that he would have... I'm just trying to think. I figured this out. He's grabbing the bottle to put the card in the bottle. but I can't prove that by showing the bottle. Oh, this is tough. He wouldn't have any reason to move it in order to... Like my biggest argument would be, oh, he grabbed it to put the card in, but we don't have that card in our inventory. So I don't think there's anything here that I can present that's gonna make sense. Show the badge again. I really like this picture, by the way. Like, did it look this good in the original? Just like the way Phoenix is sitting? This is a really cool photo.
Where did my eyes go?
This art was redone slightly.
Oh, okay. He does. He wears flippy floppies.
True.
Okay. This is a long shot, but I remember one previous thing, which was saying that he was drinking the bottle of grape juice. And I'm like, okay, but this doesn't make sense. Like, he could have just leaned, because now I'm like, okay, well, did he grab it? But first of all, if he grabbed it by the neck, the fingerprints would still be right side up, not upside down. And he also could just lean to the side and grab one of the bottles by the base. They're sitting there outside of the box. So I wish we had that card so I could just do that instead. Is it saying that he grabbed one from the container? And I wish it would show his prints. I wish it would show his fingerprints. Is that it? Is this thing? How do I zoom in? That's not his fingerprints. No. It is a single. Okay. I need to. This is.
Circle.
This is when a shark faces you straight ahead. This is when you look at a bird straight on.
Jigglypuff seen from above.
Right. Hello. Oh, it's the green warp pipe. Let's go to Super Mario Land. Can you tell I'm getting frustrated? All right. All right.
Oh, there's a murder going on.
All right. Fuck it. Why not? Nope, got it wrong. Oh, hold on. It's actually way more fucking difficult to show than to explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair.
Excuse me. On the floor.
Yes. Now, reach down and pick it up. Pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. No, you don't! No, you don't! Why?
Yes, the fuck it, we're lazy option.
Why would you ever do that? No, you don't!
Yeah, even I'm just like, oh, what the hell?
No, no. I do not naturally go to pick the bottle up by its neck. You grab it by the base because that's where all the liquid is concentrated. What if there's a weakness in the top of the bottle and the liquid makes it like shatter at the top?
Monkey brains say grab club by small part.
With your fingers upside down.
No, I don't, but okay.
I said as I went to grab my... I could have had this answer the whole time. Because every time I went to grab my water container to take a sip, I grabbed it by the fucking neck.
Oh my
Which I'm sure everyone in this room wants to do with me right now.
A little bit.
Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. Can you tell we're tired? We're ready for this stream to be done. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times.
Wow, I can't believe it was that simple.
When you're neurodivergent, it isn't.
Recall our dinner that evening, Kristoff? I was drinking my usual juice then, too.
Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So, you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon.
Order! 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 What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin?
This is a kangaroo court. Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection.
What?
You claim that I switched the bottle? Where's your proof?
Proof? I thought we didn't need that here!
No, you do. As I thought, more baseless conjecture.
He's quite based, Kristoff.
I'll get you and I'll make it look like a bloody accident. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
The whole reason we're in this court...
Justice's head.
The whole reason we're in this courtroom is because of your bloody accident, Kristoff.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor? When you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation?
Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question.
What are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I'd be surprised if any were on that but his.
Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake. True. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything.
Say, Apollo.
Yes?
Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle?
But why?
Well, just humor me. Nintendo has to sell the 3D qualities of the system somehow.
Mr. Wright.
That bottle will solve this case once and for all. Trust me, East Coasters.
What? That's some bottle. There's something inside the bottle. What's this?
Card. Can't be.
Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment.
Miss Olga Orley? Or
I've got my F word ready. Fuck you!
Did you mean the other woman? Because there's two now.
Yes. Our little swindling Devotchka.
That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed.
Wait! This isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony.
I happened to put my hand in my pocket, and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I'd been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Five of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the fourth person in the club that night. You, Mr. Kristoff Gavin.
Oh! I was gonna finish that!
Whoa!
That is all.
He's the new daddy now.
Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright?
Revenge?
Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago.
My past is like my logic. Straight and true.
Bullshit!
And revenge is a dish best served cold. Just like your borscht.
Fucking hate you.
Nothing's changed, baby. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction.
Oh, God. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right?
I don't know what those words mean.
This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone?
Loss number 6, Payne. Anyway.
I believe this time we've finally come to an end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Kristoff Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
About this victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession, to be sure, and that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation.
Good. Mr. Wright?
Yeah?
7 years. And you still haven't lost your touch.
Kristoff Gavin was a man with much significance for me. Both as a friend and a lawyer.
Good save.
He was extremely talented, to be sure.
I wouldn't go that far, Judge. I needed two things before I could confront him. First was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us. And I, for one, am looking forward to it.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, absolute daddy.
Based.
Poggers!
Court is adjourned.
April 20th, 4:28 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. The killer. I couldn't done it by myself. You sensed it too, today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes. A sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? True?
Of course it's true.
What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? Well, some people call it a gaydar, but you'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer. Right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait. You don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Why have I never seen memes of the heart locket, but using this instead of the heart locket? Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Huh? I took this off his neck the night he died. You know, figured he wasn't going to be using it anymore. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified! You said that locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. The technical truth. The best kind of truth. Wait, but then... why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. You have at least 2 other games in front of you. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices, after all. And he said I was the F word. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Huh? You mean at the Wright & Company law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. Well, I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence did strike me as odd. It's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. A forged piece of evidence. The only one that makes sense to me, because that had... Okay. Yeah. A single drop of blood marks the front of the card. Oh, okay, it wasn't that. I'll bet this was the... Oh. I was one screen ahead of myself. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes. That card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place. Luckily for us. I can almost hear his voice in my mind.
The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud.
A fraud? How can you be so sure? Sure. I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud. Would be the one who took the real card from the crime scenes. The real killer.
Fuck you.
I want an echo too.
That's my F word.
My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney! Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. Bruno Mars is gay! And 7 years ago... None of that matters much now, does it? I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in, if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. Holy shit!
Yippee!
Y'all!
Yeah!
That ending scene
was 20 minutes straight of cold reads. Holy shit.
That was awesome.
That was pretty cool.
Oh my
Yeah,
fucking
man.
god. But enough about me. Holy shit, y'all. We're back. We are so fucking back. I know that we were burned out towards the end of this. I know that this first case, by the way, going forward, we're going to go to our usual like 2 pieces like we did in the previous game. So hopefully future streams will not be this long. But what the fuck, you guys? From the ad-libs to the performances to the music to the chat involvement, it was all fucking incredible. Oh my god. All right. Color or AKL, someone, if you'll take over for me. First of all, I'll give myself my credit. I am Sean Chiplock, Sonic Mega, y'all watching my stream tonight. God bless for being here. Taking on the roles of both Apollo and Phoenix, and I hope you guys feel like I did it justice, because man, was that a lot of work. But I'm grateful to have you guys here. It's super cool to get to hear my own development as an actor over time. If one of the mods could take over while I prep the fan art and use the bathroom and make sure that we get a chance to run through and have our cast members announce themselves and pitch their stuff.
I got you. All right, let's just go down the list, starting out with AKL Trifecta. Never mind, he's not he's muted himself. Oh, there you are.
No, I'm here.
You're here. Okay.
Hello. I am AKL Trifecta. I was the voice of the judge. I helped do a lot of the character planning in this game. I've tried my best at doing the timing for unknown lines. We get there. It's part of the scuff. But yeah, I do streaming on the side as well. And it's just been... God, we're so fucking back.
We're so back, baby. Hell yeah. All right, and going to... You know what? Yeah. To Crash is next as one of our lead casts as Christoph.
Hey, it's me. It's Crash Star. How you doing, guys? Crash Star VA or VT if you're feeling saucy on my Twitch. Engine Hero VTuber. I was playing Christoph Gavin. I hope you enjoyed my performance. I do voice acting and I also do streaming. I'm a VTuber if you find me on the Twitch channel. And yeah, I'm going to jail, y'all.
Woo!
Whee!
God, you killed it as Gavin. Oh my god.
Absolutely.
Definitely a departure from the last roles I had on the live dub.
And you owned this. The subtle like domination energy that you had, and then just the mask crack,
Dude,
the sass between
Crash
you and Sean.
Listen, I will tell chat. I'll tell you guys this, chat. One of the hardest fucking things to do in VO is to play a character who has very little variation in their attitude and make them not sound boring. To play someone who is the straight man to everyone else's craziness and make them one of the most interesting people in the room is so difficult to do. And Crash, I am honored that I got to play off you with ad-libs during this, because it was stellar. Your reactions, your clapbacks, the timing of it, your indifference to all of it. You did stellar fucking work tonight.
Thank you. The honor is mine, honestly. It's always an absolute delight to be a part of these, and I kind of wanted to play sassy bitch Gavin, and I hope I was able to do it proper, but also still maintain kind of a cool, collected energy as well.
Oh, you walk the balance perfectly.
I had to fan myself the entire time.
Oh goodness, thank you so much.
Hell yeah. All right, going down the list, next one would be Emmy Ain as our Trucy.
Hello, hello! It's been a hot minute since I've been involved with live dubs. It's good to be back. Very excited to be playing Trucy, even if she just heal me in for a couple of lines. Very excited to see where the rest of the live dub takes us, and everyone did a fantastic job.
I love you as Trucy. I'm excited to hear more.
I love you too, Color.
Kelly! and our Olga O'Reilly, however you want to say it. Floor is yours, Gina.
All of the above. Hello, it's me, Gina. I've been here once or twice before. But yeah, I did Olga O'Reilly, and despite the hiccups at the beginning, I had such a blast. I love just that traditional Phoenix Wright, just
Oh God.
characters that do that 180. They're so fun. And I had a lot of fun, and it looked like you guys had fun too. So thank you for watching.
Yeah. We also have Shadi Smith from Hedges Corner.
Hi.
There.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm Hedge, or Hedge's Corner. Yeah, I've done this a few times. I was Rudolph in Deltarune Chapter 2, like 3 years
That's
ago.
right.
I briefly subbed in for EXO as Larry Butts. Yeah, it's good to be back here. I love being here. I love being able to do the voices, even though there weren't a lot of lines for Shoddy. He's very different from like Rudolph and Larry as characters, so I was like, oh gosh, I gotta find something somewhere, and I hope you enjoyed the screaming and the anger.
I want to say that before we did the first episode, I made a point of not listening to the selected takes for the cast because I did not want to go into the game having a knowledge of what they were going to sound like. I wanted it to surprise me. And right away, as you spoke, Hedge, I was like, yeah, this works. And I'm going to assume, I don't know anything about the game, but I'm going to assume based on the audition lines that this is not the last time that we're going to hear Shoddy if we auditioned him and not Winston Payne. So I am eager, assuming that's correct, I'm eager to see what the future holds. But I'm very glad that you get to join us again. I hope you're having fun.
Time of my life.
Yeah.
And by the way, because I forgot, Gina, the turn on your voice. Oh my gosh. The scream, the scream of the shriek when it was attacked was so goddamn realistic. I'm so blessed to have you folks helping bring this to life. It's makes such a difference.
Oh, thank you. I was so nervous that the screams were going to sound realistic or not, so that is really sweet to hear. Thank you.
And we are going to congratulate our super volunteer, that Kenny guy. Floor is yours, Winston Payne.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kenny, otherwise Guy. I was very fortunate enough to win the Super Volunteer to play the Winston Payne. It was a lot of fun. I'm a voice actor as well with smaller projects, and I also do acting with short-term videos and YouTube videos with Thomas Sanders. And it's been a lot of fun as always. Everyone's just so freaking talented, and I'm so honored to be a part of the group for tonight as well. And you can find me on social medias on like Blue Sky and Twitter as That Kenny Guy VO and That Kenny Guy on Twitch.
And to also congratulate our sudden volunteer. Hi, Bim. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
Hello. God, that was fast.
Thank you for saving the day.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Don't mind if I just
Real MVP.
fucking bust on in here.
Sean Chiplock, we're not going to randomly assign volunteers based on who's fastest. We're going to do a legitimate method. Also destroys his own method within a day.
Panic button,
The
baby.
original Vin deckless.
Right. All right. I believe all that's remaining for us is fan art, right?
Correct.
And then we can finally send you all out of here. Okay, I need help with this first one because their name got shorthanded and I don't know who it actually is.
The fan art is a doozy, I'll tell you that.
Oh
for free.
my god, you guys. Fuck all of you. Seriously. All right. Who is the artist of our first one?
Rainvelt.
Rainvelt? All right.
It starts with an R, correct?
Yes. Rainvelt
Yes.
simply titles this one Son of a Beach.
They're all so good. They're all so
Beautiful.
The energy of that face is just, and the fucking badge.
I need no wait. Wait. I know what I need to do. I need to copy this and I need to bring it into Paint 3D and we need to make this an emote. We're gonna have our I'm gonna replace one of the emotes on the stream with this. And we are going to make this happen.
First emote
Mug
of the
ass
dub.
Phoenix.
Any Phoenix Wright fan art is just gonna be meme based at this point.
Right. Okay, personal. Go to that. Twitch. Fan art. Where is it? There it is. Okay, bring that in. And then canvas. Nope. Effects? No. Oh, it's been a while since I've done this. Magic select. There we go. And remove everything else. All of this. All of this. Yeah, there we go. Just that. Okay. And we save it. We start a new one. Don't save. Post. Yep. Bring him in there. Canvas. Make it invisible, transparent. Okay. And then I gotta make it smaller. Nope. There we go.
By the way, note the game is getting a little crunchy again, but not.
Oh, it's
sure
getting
if needed
crunchy?
aside from stream.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beep. Stream it again. Stream it again. Okay.
Danke.
And then shrink that in. I'm adjusting this thing within the parameters so that it fits. Nope, don't want to stretch that. Move that in. There we go. That should work. Cool. And then we save as image. Yep, PNG, transparency, got it. Almost done. Twitch emotes. Save. And if all has been done correctly, I should be able to go into user settings. Go into, nope, not user settings, server settings. Emoji. Upload. Oh my god, I keep having to go to all these different things. Or we do it as a sticker, right? You guys use
You can
stickers?
do a sticker, yes.
Stickers. There we go. Oh, I have access to more because you guys boosted the server. Let's go.
Oh boy.
We're gonna have to create more then. We gotta fill this shit up. Emotes. And now I find it. We are alphabetizing it. Where are you? Where are you hiding? Where are you hiding? There it is. And related emoji, we need smug. Where's the normal one? How do I find the normal emoji? What if I just do smug? Nope. Smirk. There we go. That's the one. And it is usable. There you go. It's in there.
It's live.
Checking main chat to see if it's being used. Yeah. There we go.
Hey, that chat.
We'll see if we can manage to put it into stream for the next episode. All right. Sorry for wasting so much time. I'm not actually sorry. Next up, trust me, this fan art is worth it. It is worth the wait. Going up next.
I believe.
Runewolf, yes. Runewolf says Gumshoe's got a stash now and still looking for Mallow. Let's bring that in. Ta-da! Here we go. Is Steel around, or are we gonna need someone to fill in?
He actually is.
We got it, actually. Don't
my
worry,
God.
I got you, fam.
Okay, let's do this one last time. My name is Dick Gumshoe. I'm a detective. And I'm on a case of finding some Cloud Boy. Also, I grew a mustache.
Other than that,
Got them in.
that voice, I was looking at the cast list going, why is Kate in here? Did they voice, like, I didn't want to bring it up in case I forgot and she was gonna be super mad at me, but Also, just for the future noise, that voice came in very faint, Kate. So,
Okay, good to know.
it is so quiet right now.
Now it's not, maybe.
Yes, it is better now.
Yeah.
So
I
do
didn't
it,
want to blow it out, so I erred on the side of caution.
do it one more time so we can all hear your wonderful voice.
Mario! Oh, a crossover now! Yay!
I love it. Thank you so much.
Worth it.
Beautiful.
Immaculate.
Firebite created this piece of art and said someone mentioned color being the one setting up the poker table.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm not ready for this. Who's ready for legit, totally not trapped poker?
Babbling Branches. Oh my god, you guys, you're so talented. Babbling Branches created this and said, "Where's Olga?" This is so good.
Oh, I love it. All right, I got you. She's in the back fixing her mic.
The fact that you backed up from the microphone to do that. Oh my
course.
god.
Good proximity.
Good job.
Richello came up with this one.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm gonna double check before I open the wrong one twice. Okay, it is this one. Richello uploaded this. this.
Well, say something, Justice.
Cheese whiz.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, he did say something.
That's a good
Summary
read.
of stream right there.
I love this next piece of art from Little Miss Minnie. They said, "Hi, first time making fan art for a live dub. Sorry it's so messy." And this is their first time submitting a fan art to a live dub, and this is already one of my favorite expressions I have ever seen in a piece of fan art done for the live dub. This is so good.
It's so flattering to be part of these.
I love that it zooms into Apollo Lockwood.
Apollo, lock in, please.
All right.
I can hear the SpongeBob boo-wop sound.
Can someone explain to me what the lock-in meme is?
It's lock it. You gotta lock your gamer chair in.
Oh,
Gamer
okay.
mode.
It means you're focused.
Yeah.
You just get very focused. It's like, you're ready.
The dum 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 dum.
I can imagine Apollo's just like pushing his fingers together, like.
There's a video in mod chat.
I saw that one. Yes.
Sean, that's locking in.
Okay. They also said, "Here's a wavy fries Orly."
I love the little chibi Kristoff figure here.
Ow, my hair.
The deodorant or the conditioner provides extra flavor.
There's a whole bite mark in her hair.
My God! Not only did Little Miss Minnie contribute for the first time, they contributed 3 of them, and the last one,
They apologize.
Nice.
Yes, I'm gonna double check and make sure I have the right one. Hold on. I think it's this one. Yes. And they said, "Here's an Arnold Justice." Look at this!
They're all bangers.
Look at this! Oh,
Incredible.
please let this be a normal trial.
With the
With
frizz?
the Phoenix? No way.
No way!
Remind me, who locked in again? Goddamn.
Oh my God. And now we enter the cursed territory. You all have been warned. It only gets worse from here. Remind me this artist again, color?
Rainvelt.
Say
Rainvelt.
cursed.
Rainvelt kicks it off with this. And I promise you, it only gets worse from here.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
And I only
cursed, I
have
say.
trials
I'm fully blessed
for
by
you.
Say the words, Phoenix. Say them in my ear slowly.
Don't feed into it.
I'm gonna need you to provide me some more evidence before we can reach our finish.
Apollo standing on the side like, why?
This isn't too bad, she said innocently.
I got 2 dads.
And then it follows up with Richello providing us with this.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
3, 2, 1. Are we gonna kiss right now?
Are we gonna kiss right now? I thought we were doing the insult flirt.
Oh. All right. Okay. No, we'll do it again. 3, 2, 1. Are we gonna kiss right now?
I mean, I'm DTF.
Rune Wolf says she demands her own justice and an apology. Here we go.
Hey.
Oh,
I love her. I demand an apology and real justice.
Hell yeah. Now, guys, I'm going to move this one out of the way for one main reason. If this is the shot, our very own, one more time, color, Rainbelt has provided the chaser.
Oh boy.
Yeah. There's a gift version too. There's a gift version too.
There's a what version?
Don't spoil it. I'm getting to it.
Spoil it. Why are you guys spoiling the fan art?
I'm sorry. Fuck it. I'm sorry.
Exclamation point spoiler.
Oh my god. Easily. Now you might think, oh, this is great. Hold on.
Yeah. Are we gonna kiss right now? You extra ass. We are.
This is art.
But not
That's
to
what
be
sure is.
Not to be
Almost say art
outdone.
doesn't exist.
Not to be outdone. They proceeded to take it one step further and animated it.
Yeah.
Now,
Undulation.
here.
Oh yeah, and it's art.
Before I end stream, I want you to know this is literally both the best and the worst thing you could have done. Because historically, by the end of any of the Ace Attorney games, we would end up having a GIF image that I went, hey, this would serve as the stream activity check. And I thought to myself, I wonder if we're gonna end up with one for Apollo Justice. So congratulations, because with your permission, Rovali is taking a back seat during these episodes, and we now have our game-wide activity check.
I can't believe you.
It's a professional volley.
Well,
I may be
better
in jail,
choice.
but I'll be here forever.
I can't.
And with that, everyone, episode 1 of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney has come to a close. Now, I want to make everyone aware, the next episode will not be for 2 weeks. I am going to be at BrookCon next weekend in Long Island, so I'm going to be at a con. As you know, these take back seats to work stuff. But I do plan to be back for episode 2 on the 27th. We may start late on the 4th. I'm going to see if I can get out of the workshop early, but because it's a 10 to 5. But I'm hoping that we can do 2 episodes, maybe finish case 2 before I end up going to Furry Weekend Atlanta. So I will keep you guys updated. But just know that we are taking a weekend break for next weekend before we come back. But this has been episode 1. One more round of applause, please, for our entire cast so far. We're fucking back, baby.
Oh my god.
If you enjoyed it, if you're an artist, please consider contributing to next episode. If you're someone who wants to volunteer, please consider saving up the points. I'm sure you will have a blast. If you enjoyed this, please spread the word, share a clip, tag my Twitter, credit the people, get more eyes on this, because I put a lot of love, and I love all the love that you guys put into these projects. And I want these to be like the big highlight of my stream more than anything else. So spread the word, get some fresh eyes on there, because as you saw, we had some first-time contributors to Megastar fan art, and it was fucking phenomenal. And I would love for that to continue. So, we're gonna raid Mr. Shasta, who's currently playing DS Destruction, working on Wordjong. Why don't we see if we can create some more F words tonight?
That sounds great.
Amazing.
That
I want to see what he can do.
Fantastic.
All right. And so our raid phrase is, we learned a whole lot of F words tonight. Can you make one for us in Wordjong? And here is our raid phrase. All right, y'all. It has been a pleasure. It has been an honor. It has already gone beyond my wildest expectations for how long it was since the last live dub. And it's a Saturday night, so whether you're sleeping or staying up, I am here to set you free. Good night, everybody, and I'll see you next time. Let's raid.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, y'all.
Thanks for
Take care of
supporting us.
yourselves.
Night. Somehow.